Morena tātou. Good morning, everyone. We will start with a karakia for the day. Good to see you all. I hope you had a restful long weekend. We had a lovely day at the Arbor Day planting. It was just a beautiful sunny day, and Ruud Kleinpast is one of my heroes from the conservation world. And here's the breaking news. I've never really liked earthworms. I prefer them to stay in the ground. And both Louise and Ruud managed to get me holding earthworms in my hand, bare hand, and stroking their fine hair, which they do have. And if you can tell me if it's a native earthworm or an introduced one, which is the hairiest, there could be potentially a coffee on a good day from me. Who wants to go? Native or introduced? Hairiest.
Hairy natives.
That's the one. The New Zealand earthworm, coffee from me, Max, is the hairiest. But anyway, fantastic, lovely day in one of our beautiful, beautiful natural treasures. So, all right, let's go into the prayer. Kia inui tātou. Tuia I runga, tuia e raro, tuia I roto, tuia e waho. Tuia nā kaimahi o te kaunihira o Kirikiriroa. Whaia te iti kahurangi, kia u, kia mau, kia ita, haumie, huie, tai kie. Thank you, everyone. Just to let you know, I have tabled a set of recommendations for the meeting, and as we go through, and I know there are lots of amendments and others to play out, but I have so moved and Angela has seconded, and we'll come to those in due course, but they're on the table. And now we will go to the confirmation of the long-term plan, the long-term... Oh, sorry, apologies, of course. Apologies, we do have an apology from Councillor Moko this morning, but he hopes to be with us this afternoon. I'll so move. Thank you. All in favour?
Mayor Paula, just a procedural question prior to the confirmation of the agenda. I'm assuming what you've just said before, moving the motions, you should do that now because we hadn't opened the meeting prior to that. But my question is, in terms of debate times, I'd like to amend that to be 3 minutes per item, which is our traditional debating time, and then 5 minutes for the final debate in 3 days' time. So you can use...
where the real work happens, and of course with 15 of us potentially taking 3 minutes, every item's at least 45 minutes or more plus questions, and we've only got the 3 days. But I am happy to take by show of hands those that would prefer, because this is not worth fighting over. So if you would prefer the additional debating time, the alternative is to do 2 and then 5, isn't it? Is that what we did?
2 minutes is our normal time. And
sorry?
Then 2 minutes is the normal time that we have set, and then 5 minutes for the last one. Is that what is being sought?
You're going to 3.
So you want to go 3
which
and
is not
5.
normal, which is extra, isn't it?
Technically, yes. 3 and 5.
All right. So I'm happy if we at least go to 2 on each of them and then 5 on the final.
Yeah, that's what we're planning. Everybody happy with that?
Yes.
No one unhappy with that? Good, excellent. Confirmation of the agenda, sorry, and you're probably right. Confirmation of the agenda has been done, is done. I'll move, Angela will second. I note that I've got a series of recommendations moved by myself and seconded by Angela, and I know you've got a series of amendments, and a few other people have got additional motions. So we'll now go to the confirmation of the long-term planning hearing meetings of May the 15th.
Sorry, I believe some declarations need to be made.
Oh, there's some direct declarations of interest. Apologies. Are there any declarations of interest? My run sheet properly in front of me. Yes, Louise.
I just wanted to note that GoEco put in a submission to the long-term plan, but that I was not involved in writing it, and that it was very similar to other organisations' submissions.
Thank you. So we'll just note that, but I don't consider it a conflict of interest if you've had no hands in the business that relates to council. Thank you. Any further? Sarah?
I'm similar for Community Waikato. I had no involvement in the preparation of the submission, but I'm a board member. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being outright about that, forthright about that. I have to say that if you belong to an organisation, and many of us do help with voluntary organisations, Sunday organisations, unless you've been involved in key considerations around these matters ahead of us today, or had a hand in the submissions, I think that is not a conflict of interest, but of course it's up to you to choose to note it if you wish. Okay, excellent. Confirmation, am I on that now? Thanks. Confirmation of the long-term planning hearings meeting minutes of the 15th of May.
One thing, it's noting my partial attendance, but I was here all day. Please, thank you.
You were indeed. I think you were, yeah, you were she? I think you.
Absolutely, you were there, but you just had registered because you were.
Which I've done quite a lot of.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we
Yeah,
still
that's right.
registered that you made apologies, but you were showing as an attendance
Yeah,
for the lot.
that's right. You hung in there to the bitter end. Well done, Kesh. Thank you. We'll made those minutes. All in favour. I've moved. Angela seconded. All in favour. Opposed. Carried. Comes to my chair's report. So you have had the chair's report in front of you. I'm not going to go word for word through that report because it is there for you to see. I think we all know that times are tough with the cost of living pressures hitting households and businesses alike. Developers also, community groups and other councils up and down the country. Nearly 3,000 people submit to our plan. That, of course, does mean a lot of Hamiltonians were unhelpfully silent on their views on those matters. However, of all the submissions that we had, many of them felt that 19.9% rates as unaffordable with all the other pressures that are coming to bear on them at the moment. So I thought, well, I've been working on this for many months alongside all my colleagues here in various workshops and everything else. So this is accumulation of all the work that we collectively have done together over this period of time. And I came up with a focus across several issues, which, first of all, I do accept and believe that we should bring the rates down because of the perfect storm of financial pressures that everyone is facing. So I have asked for extra capital deferrals, and I support the sale of council assets to help in this scenario. I've reprioritised transport spend because we also heard a lot from people during the submissions around transport, albeit their focus was on a very niche portion of our transport spend around some of the cycling, some of the safety, some of the intersection improvements and so on. No matter of that, we are still under financial times. I recommended that we refocus our transport spend on the basic transport operations, maintenance and renewals. This is all about looking after what we've already got, which we've all agreed from the beginning. Caring for our community, well, you know, the community gets a very slim slither of that pie chart of expenditure that council has, and they came in and they made their case loud and clear that to remove the grants and to move that little bit of community funding would take them backwards in many instances, and they would have to do less work for the community. And I applaud them and recognise them for the great work they do to make our community a better place. So I'm about reinstating that. I'm proposing a few changes around the CBD parking for 1 hour free and to get to charge parking. But also I've asked staff, and we will question this during the debate, all of us, if we could find some more commuter parking on the city fringe and a few more parking spaces in the CBD, because we have heard for many, many years from people that, you know, it's hard to come in and park, and that would be able to generate further revenue. The development community gave us some excellent submissions, some really helpful examples from both large-scale developers and the smaller, one-man band of builders who gave us concrete examples of what the draft development contribution policy would do to their work program. And it was quite clear that the brakes would go on some of the important development that we need right now. And as many of us have sat around the table talking about the importance of affordable housing or more housing in general, the importance of making Peacock a successful subdivision and getting on with that, because after all, the bridge will be opened in less than 2 months, and also cracking on with our shared vision around the CBD and inner city living, I feel I will be supporting the staff's work, the great work that staff done, and I want to say a huge thank you to them for putting up credible scenarios that helped, and I'll be supporting the phasing in of the development contributions to slow down that decline of building when we need it the most. Waters, gosh, I'm just going to say on the waters, this is probably one of the most vexing and frustrating issues that I've faced in this political term with where it's been and where it's heading. However, we do acknowledge we're in a situation where we need to manage our water services and provide water services cost effectively and efficiently and differently. The government has made it quite clear in the repeal of the previous legislation that we're going to do it differently. And they've made it quite clear that it will be a CCO. And they came out on Friday and they made it quite clear in their first set of decisions around economic regulation for any CCO that stands up for water. So that means a cost-effective, what do they describe as? Financial sustainability of a waters entity. So we know that right now a huge part of our burden is the cost of future infrastructure and doing those critical water services. 30% currently of what we do is water. So I'm looking at what we can expect to do in pulling the work forward and being able to make substantial difference, and so as other people. I've seen Ewan's recommendations too, to try and make a difference to the way we do business from the removal of the water costs from year 3. Central government advocacy is something I do all of the time, but it's really important that I get your support for the advocacy that I do. And I think the key points for me is that you support me to go hard after those financial tools that we need to do things differently, because we have all said, and you've heard Deputy Mayor say it many times, the funding mechanism is broken. The funding system is broken. Also, I believe the planning system is not helpful when we have a mismatch of timing with NZTA coming out with their GPS statement, but not before we do our long-term plan, and government rolling out legislation that has financial impact, but not before we do our long-term plan. There's a fundamental mismatch between the planning, central, local government and local government agencies. We need some fast-track legislation. I'm still working through on an advisory group on the resource management changes. We need to go after those city deals. Since the first 100-day announcement, we haven't heard as much about what that might mean for Hamilton, so we need to go after that. But we need real game changers, and I fully support, as you would have seen, a return of the portion of GST into the local councils so they can crack on and deliver core infrastructure. So that's my report. Because it's reflected largely in the recommendations, I can take a few questions for clarity, but I prefer not to debate any of my recommendations until we start going through the work of the day. So if they've got any general questions or clarity on my report, I'll take those, and we'll go from there. Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Madam Chair, I got my name up there to debate, and not to debate the prescriptive points you're talking about, but just a general comment.
So you're going to debate my report?
Yes, just in general in terms.
Questions, comments?
I had a question there, Paula. You highlight in your report the need to bring the rates down because of the issues of affordability and hardship. My question is, you've raised this in the past. You raised it in the first year of COVID, and we reduced the rates by 1%, saved a few dollars per ratepayer, but has cost us $10 million compounding. And you've raised, in the last 2 annual plans, you've often used the term, look, annual plans are not time for significant change or changing the rates. And we were the only council in the last LTP in the Waikato region, the question's coming, that didn't increase the rates at all. And of course now that's led to a significant, So my question of you is, on reflection, do you not think it's time to learn from your past errors? Should you not be changing the narrative and actually addressing the hardship rather than deferring it?
Thank you for that question. I do indeed think there are things that council as a whole, who made all of those decisions, including yourself at times, can do to better reflect the situation we find ourselves in now. And what I do acknowledge, across New Zealand and across here at this council, there have been decades of underinvestment. And I do acknowledge that for all the right reasons and the right intents, some of the pulling back on rates in previous years to be helpful at other financial hard times has compounded the issue we find ourselves in. Thank you. Any other questions? Or we go into debate? Thank you. Debate. I think, Jeff, you're it.
Thanks, Matt Waller. Look, I think it's just worth a very brief debate on this because it is, I guess, a setting the scene sort of moment that you've taken with your chair's report, as you should do. I certainly agree with the statement that you've made at the foot of page 23, where you say we cannot continue with business as usual. And I guess from my point of view, I don't believe that the Mayor and Deputy Mayor's report and budget to this meeting reflects that urgency that you talk about there. And in particular, I'm referring to the fact that you're rejecting most of the 105 million personnel and consultancy cuts in the draft long-term plan, which I see as a key opportunity to make the structural change as an organisation that will make us sustainable in the future. And I do not disagree that there are outside factors influencing the current financial position this council finds itself in. Issues of being a growth council, inflation, depreciation, compliance demands from the government. But I guess the point I want to make is we are not helpless. You know, we are not sitting here like some tree battered in a storm. We are still, and always have been, architects of our own destiny. And I see references to things that could shift the dial, such as the ability to rate Crown land, GST on rates, tweaking debt to revenue levels. But the point I want to make is this is where we can shift the dial. Because today we're in control of hundreds of millions of dollars, 2 budgets, CapEx and OpEx. We are in control, we're in charge, and we have the opportunity to make the hard decisions that reflect our destiny. It's not all outside circumstances, our opportunity, and we do have the resources, we have the budgets and the decision-making power. So I just sincerely hope that over the next few days we take that opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I want to acknowledge that our financial crisis that we find ourselves in is not purely of our own making. I want to acknowledge that our situation here has been decades in the making, both as a lack of central government funding for critical infrastructure and historically elected members' approach to refusing to right-size the organisation, reluctant to put the rates up to reflect the true costs, borrow the difference, and that has led to our level of debt. And of course, on top of all of that, we've then had a number of things such as COVID and inflation and high interest rates and wars that have highlighted But the reality is similar to Councillor Jeff has said, we've had a wonderful opportunity in the past to actually to start addressing those things early. And my fear of reading your report, respectfully, is I don't think you're learning. You're repeating, in my view, the same mistakes you've made in the past. And I highlight the word perfect storm. That was the same narrative you used when you led the idea of reducing rates from 3.9 to 2.9 in the year of COVID. And that has had a compounding, and narrowly, that had a compounding effect of over $10 million for the ratepayer. Again, I remind you, Mayor Paula, in the annual plans over the last couple of years, we haven't taken the opportunity to address the importance of improving our revenue by increasing our rates. And I don't think we should be proud that we were the only council in the Waikato region. The Waikato Times had an article saying we were the outlier of the only council that didn't put our rates up. Now, my understanding is you tried at that occasion to put the rates up a little bit higher, unsuccessfully. I wasn't there on the last date. But again, what we're seeing here today in your report is this continuation of, oh, we're in a crisis, so let's borrow more, kick it down the road, let's create an artificial low start. And I think that's wrong. I think it was wrong a couple of years ago, and I think we've got to change the behaviour. And today and the next 3 days is your opportunity to start managing that.
Thank you. Thank you. Sarah.
Paula, I'd like to address some of the comments that have just been made. I think some of our memories are possibly becoming a little flaky or unreliable, because last term, my recollection is that it was actually Councillor Taylor that led the charge in terms of reducing the rates from 3.8 to 2.8 over COVID. So although there was ultimately a majority that supported that, I also note that last financial year, Councillor Wilson did support initially keeping the rates below inflation at 4.9, and Councillor Hutt and I didn't even get support for a very modest increase to 6%. And so ultimately that flowed through to a decision to keep it at 4.9, so that inflation well outstripped our rates increase. So I think
misleading the chamber. Councillor Wilson wasn't at the last meeting of the year.
Councillor Wilson was at the initial meeting.
But was not at the meeting where this was put.
We've just corrected that if you let her finish. She said
So
you were
I
at
just
the,
want for clarity.
she
I
said
don't want you
she-
misleading the chamber.
Ewan,
Yeah.
she agreed it was at the previous meeting.
But
Carry on.
not at the one that resolved the financial decision.
We've got
Thank
that.
you.
Carry
I just
on.
wanted
Thank you.
clarity.
Thank you, Sarah. Carry
Yeah.
on.
So I guess my point is here that nobody can sit in this chamber and just shake off responsibility for the position that we're in, or try and target it at any particular elected member, because everybody here has been responsible for keeping rates lower than they should have been over the time that they've been in this council. There is nobody who can sit here and say, I've tried, except for Councillor McIndoe, although you've got this next 3 days to prove yourself. Nobody can sit here and say that they're a model of perfection. And so, no, but I think some elected members are trying to act like Teflon at the moment, and we...
Okay, sorry,
yeah,
time.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Deputy Mayor Olangela. Deputy Mayor Olangela.
Thank you.
That's a new one.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate, for your chair's report. thank you for focusing on 6 key areas. Those were the 6 key areas that I heard through deliberations come through really strongly. I tautuku Councillor Thompson's debate wholeheartedly. You know, under the Local Government Act, the views of those who present through consultations should be received with an open mind. And they must, when making a decision, be given due consideration. That is legislation that this chamber must abide by. The number one comment through nearly 3,000 submissions were rates are too high. So Mayor Southgate has got the balance right over the next 3 days as we try and make a small adjustment to the rates. The Local Government Act says rates need to be affordable. Many of us in this chamber have struggled over years. Councillor Wilson, over 21 years. What does affordable mean? Nobody can define that. But what we heard through submissions, through the people that we represent, were rates are too high. We know there's a whole lot of problems. There's a whole lot of things that count, and a whole lot of people that Councillor Thompson has highlighted responsible for that. But it is also, as Mayor Southgate's Chair's report clearly says, depreciation and inflation, $54 million. It's not $54 million worth of pet projects, it's $54 million of depreciation and inflation. And if you really want to get rid of the deficit in 1 year, let's take some GST worth $38 million. This is $92 million, not of pet projects. It's a very clear plan, Mayor Southgate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. In contrast to what Sarah Thompson said, I can sit here proud of what I have done. It has never been a rates income problem. It has been a spending problem. I have tried to make spending cuts that...
You are debating my report. You shouldn't go down a rabbit hole of debating what Sarah may have, where you think she may have employed. Yeah, no.
I mean, Sarah's first words were, "I want to respond to the people who'd said something else."
Excuse me.
Come on.
Hang on a minute, guys. Hang on. Come. What I said, in that instance, Sarah was talking directly about you, and then had a point of order. Andrew, she wasn't talking about you, but please stick to. You can talk to my report and what you think is outlined in that, please.
Right.
In fact, I think, councillors, thank you. I can see that you are going to disrupt, but please, no, hang on, councillors. Please act with professionalism and respect. Please, I'm speaking. And
I'm sorry. This is a point of process about consistency. The thing that you suggested Andrew did, Councillor Thompson did it, the very same thing, the very first words that she said were, "I want to respond to our debate." Come on, consistent.
Right. I'm leading the meeting. What I'm asking you to do, all of you in this room, is to address the issues, not the people. If you can avoid using people's examples, all the better. Stick to the key issues in here, and I will try to be as even-handed as possible. But what I was trying to say to you, Andrew, is don't go down a rabbit hole of going after Sarah. Let's stick to the report. That was all.
Madam Chair, my point of order is simply, I noticed that the clock...
What is the point of order? Could you quote the point of order, please?
The clock didn't stop when this interruption
Well, that's
happened.
not point of order, but I'll
Well,
reset
I'm
the
requesting that Councillor Bidder be given his full time.
Absolutely. That's not a point of order. Pardon?
I'm sorry, I'm just saying to the chamber, perhaps we should let you chair.
Exactly. That would be very kind. Thank you, and professional. Tim, you're right, and it's not a point of order, but thank you for pointing it out. We will reset the clock and let you have your debate. Go.
Mayor Paula, your report fails to mention that the council does not have a rates income problem, it has a spending problem. I have tried to make spending cuts supported by a number of other councillors that have been unsuccessful. We could have achieved lower rates rises in previous years, and we could achieve lower rates rises going forward if we address the spending problem.
Okay, thank you for those points, and there are good points within that, all of those debates. Just in my debate, I will say that the staff cuts issue, which was referred to, will be dealt with when we get to that item, and I will explain exactly why I sit where I sit in terms of the staff cuts. I do look forward to all of today's ideas because I have seen amendments and ideas come through, some of which I'm favourable to. Sarah was absolutely right, and I can use Sarah's name because she referred to me, is absolutely right that over time, I, amongst council, have...
Sarah referred to all councillors. Yet you stopped me responding to Sarah.
Okay, fine. I'm talking about myself here. It's correct that... Thank you. All right, point taken. Let's all just relax and go back to professional behaviour. Sarah, thank you for pointing out that I did on a couple of occasions alongside you try to increase the rates against the flow. We did try on a couple of occasions. However, Deputy Mayor Angela is also right in saying the extraordinary financial storm that we face is unprecedented, and you see this reflected all around the country with all councils. The amount of inflation, interest rates, and the effect of rising costs have brought us here. And yes, I'm taking it seriously. We now need to address what we do about it going forward. So let's get into the day rather than get lost in this. This is the focus that I took to proposing some recommendations. I've largely picked up a lot of the staff recommendations also. I look forward to seeing and understanding the debate about your recommendations and the questions to staff, because I'm sure that we'll learn something from each other. Thank you. We'll move my report be accepted. We'll do it on the board, please. All right, excellent.
Oh, sorry, can we just have a reset where it hasn't got everybody on it?
Oh, okay. Card wasn't quite in? Okay.
We'll reset.
We'll reset, everyone. Thank you.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Bidder is dissenting.
Good morning. Did you get any time off on the weekend, or were you beavering away?
Is the growth funding policy, which I'll take as read. I straight to questions, yes, sorry. Yes.
I thought you were going to say something at least. Okay. Well, I guess fair enough, because we've been through all of these discussions for so many months with a fine-tooth comb, and here's the report. Questions, councillors? Let me just get to discussions, please. Are there any discussions? Any questions? No. I've moved this in my I've moved this in my suite of recommendations for the purposes, of course, financial modelling. All of them are. This one's not, so it doesn't have to be. I can just accept. So we may as well. I'll move it. We've moved it and seconded it anyway, so we might as well debate it or move it. Anybody want to debate? No? All right, let's go to voting on the board, please. That'll be the easiest thing we do all day, won't it?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Contributions.
This one I will make a few introductory comments. This report seeks approval of changes to the draft DC policy following recent public consultation and hearings ahead of its scheduled adoption on the 4th of July. Analysis and staff recommendations relating to the public feedback is detailed in attachment 1 of the report. I'd just like to first draw your attention to the tables on page 42 and 45 of the staff report. These are the proposed DC charges and the staff recommendations with estimated financial impacts of each policy option. The draft DC policy for consultation contained substantially higher charges than the current DC policy, in some cases more than double. Council debated in March whether to moderate the charges for consultation or to seek public feedback on the unmoderated high charges and then investigate moderation options from an informed position ahead of council deliberations, which is where we are today. Predictably, the most widely addressed and strongly opposed aspect of the draft policy from the development community was the level of proposed DC charges, followed by the perceived lack of certainty as to when DCs would be confirmed and when payment was due. Infill and greenfield developers, both residential and non-residential, submitted that if the high charges were adopted, there would be an adverse effect on housing supply, housing affordability, new jobs, the viability of development, and the attractiveness of Hamilton as a place to invest. And this was reinforced through the Inside Economics analysis, which is attachment 3 in your report. Ratepayers and their advocates tended to support the high charges. In normal economic circumstances, higher charges would lead to higher DC revenue, which would lower the contribution of ratepayers to the cost of growth. However, given the acute state of the construction sector, adopting high charges would likely reduce or stall development and therefore materially impact council's DC revenue stream negatively, so in fact increase the burden on ratepayers. So it's an unusual formula at this point in the economic cycle. This perverse outcome could be avoided through a balanced approach to setting DC charges. Staff investigated a number of options by which council could address the submitted concerns and moderate its DC charges, but in a way that had the lowest impact on the ratepayer and the greatest positive impact on the development sector. There are 6 options listed in paragraph 7 of attachment 1, 4 of which are recommended. These are headlined by phasing all charges, further capping the Peacock's growth sale charges and commensurately reducing Rotokauri Stage 1 charges. Staff have recommended, as requested by submitters, that the milestones at which council will require DCs be explicit and remove any discretion for council. Some submissions called for the adoption of this policy to be deferred and a working group be established with the business community to address a different, or to agree upon a different policy approach. This would put your DC policy out of sync with the adoption of the LTP and introduce legal risk in relation to the process, and Lachlan here can speak to that if necessary. Final comment, the draft DC charges in this report are not final. Final charges will vary subject to updates to the LTP capital program between now and adoption, resolutions made at these deliberations, and other minor technical updates. Lachlan Muldowney is here to my right to assist, and Tiki Mossip, if we call her down, to provide their expert advice. And also just like to say thanks very much to my team, to the DC team. There's been a great deal of work from whether it's the modelling, the policy development, and all of the pieces in between. So I'd just like to say thanks to the team, and I'm happy to take questions on these and any other matters.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to note, Deputy Mayor and I have moved a motion which is majority of the staff recommendations with a slight change in one area. Are we going to put that up at any stage? Can we put it up now, just so you see where I'm heading, and then I don't know if that will be helpful. We're still in questions, but it's up there, and then there could be amendments. Councillor Bidar.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Firstly, a question for governance, Amy. The motion I put forward, is that something we can bring in now, or what was your intention?
I was just looking at that as well. I think later on, just because of the budgetary side, so it links in with this one, but it's better in the long-term plan discussions.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is
the amendment say?
There's a motion that we're just working on the wording.
Oh,
For
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay. So now a question for Greg. In the Insight Economics attachment, that's attachment 3 for councillors, which is on page 106. There is graph 6, or figure 6. Are any of the residential development options that are discussed in that report financially viable according to that graph?
According to that graph, they are not. And so essentially, and we must remember that the feasibility analysis, desktop feasibility analysis relies on a bunch of data assumptions, so around costs of construction and the price of land and all these things. But I think it's safe to say that the analysis essentially said that that development, residential development, isn't feasible in the city, and that's regardless of the high DCs or not. So it's pretty alarming, and also I'd put an asterisk on it simply because there is development going on. So the counterfactual would say that there is feasible development, but yeah.
So just following on that, would the development that's going on mainly be stuff that was in the pipeline for months to years?
Yeah, well, I'd just be speculating, but you would expect that it would be development where, there's already the investment made. We're pulling out as a worse option than continuing. Or it could be legacy landowners where, in fact, the cost of land to them, is quite a lot lower. So there could be a number of circumstances. And I think the report does point to some of those. But you're right, there are, for every general feasibility statement, there's a whole lot of individual circumstances within it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Mayor Paula, Greg, nice to see you. Lachlan. Couple of questions. The schedule of assets are made up, obviously, of assets that we have built or we're building, and they are assets that are often listed in our CapEx, the list of projects that we're doing. Is that correct?
It's just a subset of the capital program. So every element and every asset in the schedule of assets is an asset of exactly the same cost and nature as in your LTP capital program.
Great. So, for example, when we reduce our CapEx program, in theory, the DC, the schedule should change and the DCs should reduce.
Yeah, so since consultation, there was about $150 million of CapEx deferred, and so that led to more than a 10% reduction in DCs without doing anything because it just flows through.
Okay, thank you. How are then deferrals managed? So if it's in the schedule of assets that we're doing it, but we know we're not actually going to do it, so there's an assumed deferral, how are they calculated? Are they part of the DC calculation?
All that happens is the capital program is an input to the DC model, so the DC model doesn't care where the dollars are, it just calculates them on a present value basis. So if Chris Allen moves out an arterial road by 3 years, then it'll get slightly discounted by present value. But whatever you load into the DC model, it will calculate on that basis. So it doesn't do anything different, it's just a calculation.
So a question, if I could, to you, Lachlan, from a legal standpoint. In theory, if in year one we have a series of CapEx program, a set of programs in the CapEx list, halfway through, and so we rate on that and we start charging DCs on that. Halfway through the year, we discover, in fact, we're going to defer, a couple of major projects. What's our legal status? So we're charging DCs on a project that actually isn't occurring. What happens?
The issue with the deferral is simply this: you can continue to recover DCs for the project which you had, let's say, intended to deal with in year one, but you now decide you're going to deal with that project in a later year within the LTP. So there's no issue with you continuing to levy development contributions for a project where you've just adjusted the timing of its delivery. Where you run up against a legal issue is if the project drops out altogether, and where you abandon projects. If you have recovered development contributions for specific purposes which you're no longer going to deliver or pursue, then you have an obligation to effectively refund DCs. Now, what happens in reality is that the projects in the schedule of assets are identified, but they're identified as activities and on an activity basis. And so that gives you some flexibility to sort of manage your overall, for example, transportation activities and transportation projects in a certain part of the city without getting quite as granular as you would otherwise get. Because if you get really, really granular and then you don't deliver that particular culvert, strictly speaking, you should be paying your DCs back. So that's why the schedule of assets is framed in the way it is, which gives you a sort of a layer above that and gives you some flexibility.
All right, thank you. So my final point of clarification, if I could. I think I've understood you. So let's say if we, in this case, in year one, council projects 390 in CapEx. Council, if it chooses to assume that there will be $40 million of deferrals and actually reflect that deferral in its base model, but goes out with the 390 million and starts charging DCs, it's on safe ground.
It is. Again, it comes back to that point about whether you're abandoning projects altogether. So the way that the legislation works is that you do have the flexibility in terms of when you time the delivery of the asset. so long as it's identified, typically in the LTP, as a project to which you are going to apply CapEx. Exactly which year you apply it doesn't change your ability to charge a DC for it.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Cash.
Thank you. Greg, have we seen an influx of applications since we went out for consultation? In terms of consents and...
We've seen an influx, councillors, since, well, up till now. So I think there was some before consultation and some, in the period between then and now.
So right up until the end of this month, we'll be charging at the current rates, correct?
That's correct. And in fact, we always have, and I think that's been some of the confusion about the discretion that council has, is that understandably the development community were concerned that we had discretion, meaning that we might use it. In fact, as a rule, in practice, we hadn't. But yes, we've confirmed to the development community that up until adoption, if you have a resource consent granted, then you will be given the rates at the time of lodgement for that consent.
I think that answers my next question, is when would we actually see that revenue come in? Is it in the current year, or when do we actually charge it?
It's whenever they seek title. So when they come in and say, I want 224C certificate, please,
Yeah.
they swap the DC for the 224C certificate effectively, and then they go and get their title.
All right, so there's no magic money that's going to appear in the next month, is there?
No, not from there, no, unfortunately.
Just checking,
No
just
magic
checking.
money.
And the other thing, listening to the concerns of the developers, and I heard you say, their main concern was the level of the DC charge. So are we still confident in the rate of development that we're projecting?
Well, we're seeing and we're expecting quite a low level of development, like as compared to, the last, well, the sort of the prior boom period. Yeah. There is a difference between predicting what you think is going to happen in the next year or two and setting a model that has a 50-year horizon and it takes an averaging approach. So we don't necessarily expect that high-level growth projection to be met, next year, but it's the purpose of that projection really is to set it across many decades. But the work that my team do, Andy Zhao and Tiki Mossop, is around really looking hard at the circumstances of the economy and trying to have a sharper view of what we think is going to happen.
Okay. And last was most of us have concerns around Peacock and whether we will be recouping enough DCs to meet our loan repayments in a few years. So the recommendations put forward, do you think that goes far enough to prioritise Peacock?
I think it does. I think it does go well down the track of incentivising Peacock. There's just that funny thing that happens, whereas if you go out with the high charges, people don't develop, you don't get the DC revenue, and vice versa, if you set them very low and they do develop, you would get low revenue. So there's this balance you have to strike. But essentially, simple terms, the DCs under the phasing are about 10% higher than under the current rate. And those developers were probably anticipating, especially after consultation, substantially bigger increases. So, there's a bit of fingers crossed, but as I've said before, I'm more optimistic than some about Peacock. So I think, hopefully that will have a positive effect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
I'd just like to thank Councillor Kesh for asking all the questions that I was going to ask.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Greg. Do you think that we have done enough to ensure or, to encourage or enable development in the wider central city stage 1 area, given it's our priority area for intensification?
Well, I think the proposed charges, I mean, it's always a hard question, should we go a bit further or a bit less? So the phasing of the charges means that, say, in year 1 in Infill East, instead of 19,000, they pay 24,000. And it was looking like more like 40,000. So I think my view, and based on the feasibility, if you increase DCs by, say, 5,000, and they make up about 5 or 6% of the build cost, then, you know, that increase is looking more like a fraction. And I think what we're trying to do is steer away from a real, an incentive to defer or a real concern about feasibility where we stop. So I think those reductions, and look, the councils, you know, of course, can make a decision to reduce them further. I think they reflect a moderate increase in the challenging times. And we do have to bear in mind that the cost of infrastructure for growth in the infill is expensive, and we've obviously seen that through Puketi, but there's a number of interventions that are proposed in stage 1. So you do have to keep that growth pace for growth balance. So in my view, this is strikes a good balance, but happy to, you know, consider otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Well, let's put up the recommendation, because I do have one question off that. Are there any amendments foreshadowed or otherwise? So here's my, come in. I'm just going to make a small amendment because I think there was a typo. We were going 50, weren't we? Yeah. Thank you. Is that yours? Okay. It's yours from Natasha. Oh. Okay, so pretty much approving the phasing as staff approved. The only difference is, you've got 50 and is 50% to, for Roman numerals 8, which is Te Ture Whenua Māori Act. Understand, question I have on that one though, just trying to put my head around when we discussed it last, that was 2 properties, right? Is it correct that the Māori freehold land was 2 properties?
2 land parcels, yes.
2 land parcels. Okay, so to take and to drop it to 50% is there's no issue. It's still a remission to them.
It's purely an elected member decision, and I should say that the Papakainga part of that recommendation is for any land. So Papakainga on any land and development on those Māori customary and freehold land. But to the question of a percentage, yeah, that's entirely discretionary.
So what? So just let me get this right, because we did discuss this at length. The ability to do Papakainga is still a go-ahead, but the commercial and industrial would be affected by the 50%.
I think so. I think there was a bit of ambiguity in the original. I think what it says is on Māori customary and freehold land, development of any nature can proceed and receive the remission. On land outside of the customary land, it needs to meet the the definition of Papakainga. And I will ask Tiki, is there something I've said wrong there? No, good, yay.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to see what the rest were. So, Angelo, I had proposed a 50% remission. Okay, so Councillor Casey, is a question? Thank you.
On that point, I just want to understand the proposed remission for Papakainga, the process for developing that proposal was in consultation with our iwi partners in Waikato Tainui, is that right?
It was. if yes is enough,
Well,
I
yes,
can
that's
call
a good
you.
answer, but no, also just in terms of, I guess, the percentage remission though, did you have conversation with them around the level of remission that they would appreciate, but also the difference it would make to the feasibility of their developments?
Yeah, there was a full support from those groups in terms of the 100%, and where the 100% came from. When this was introduced back in October, November, when we first saw it, it was sort of that was where the conversation started, and that's carried through. So I don't think I haven't heard the debate so much as to 100% or otherwise, but obviously now that we've gone through that full process and you're considering it more fully, I think this is really the first time that the moving away from the 100% has been discussed. So.
Okay, thank you.
The revenue impact, doesn't it? Reducing it from 100 to 50.
Yes, it does.
Not knowing exactly what that is, but yeah.
I can tell you it's probably about 1.7 million
1.7
over the
million.
10 years.
Okay, thank you. Okie doke. So, question still. Councillor Van Oosten.
That was my question with regard to
I
the
thought you had more.
financial implications of that. It would mean then that we would lose half of that 1.7 if we went to 100, or that would be the impact of it. So just...
Yes, Councillor, we estimated 3.5 million across the 10-year plan period, so I'm just doing a simple
Right.
halving to get to 1.7-ish.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Wilson?
Thanks, Mayor Paul. A question to Lachlan, if I could. Lachlan, just under the Act, is there an obligation of council to provide a full remission or a portion? We have the flexibility. The legislation doesn't specify we have to.
It's very flexible. In fact, it's quite challenging from a legal perspective to understand exactly where the edges of the obligation are. It basically requires you to give effect to the preamble to the Te Ture Whenua Māori Land Act, and so it's very broad, and so your discretion as to how you give effect to it is also very broad. So you could respond to the obligation in lots of ways. This was the methodology that was sort of refined through consultation as the appropriate response for Hamilton City and the stakeholders that we're engaged with. So it's responding to that targeted consultation, but the short point is you have an enormous amount of flexibility in terms of how you deliver on this particular obligation. This is just one example.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Angela and I have moved and seconded this. There are no other changes other than that one that we've just discussed. It largely picks up the staff recommendations with the option of phasing. So we will go into the debate. So I'm not going to say too much on this, just as mover, and as I said in my report just earlier today, I heard clearly that there are triggers in the development community that we're perilously close to getting to, in which we make it difficult for developers to go and build houses, which we really, really need, and build new commercial opportunities that builds the economy. And I don't think this is the right time to put a stop on development in our city when we need it the most. So I have appreciated all the many conversations that we've had with staff from the development team, working through this and considering a way forward, which is a fair balance between making sure the developers pay for what they have to pay for, and it doesn't have a negative impact on, too much of a negative impact on the ratepayer, and it enables our city to keep building. So this is all about balance for me, and that's why I have put this up the way it is. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Attachment 3, which is an assessment by Insight Economics, looks at 24 residential development options in different suburbs across the city with different house types such as standalone homes, duplexes, townhouses and apartments, with a mix of greenfield and infill options. I referred to figure 6, which is a graph that I assume you've all read and understood. None of the development options is financially viable. I've previously raised concerns that Hamilton could be closed for business. No new houses, no new affordable houses. With rising demand but no new supply, rents will go up and so will homelessness. That is under the current DC policy. Under the new policy, it is even worse. So regardless of phasing the implementation of the new policy, builders, tradies, suppliers, architects, planners, surveyors, engineers, real estate agents and many others are in serious trouble. The council is also in trouble. With no DC income, the long-term plan doesn't work. I want to stress that this is not the DC staff's fault. It is that our infrastructure is too expensive. We need help. I have a motion seconded by Councillor Taylor that will come in later because it's for a funding line that will allow external experts to have a deep look and who can give us advice. In the meantime, while I support Mayor Paula's adjustments, I can't support her motion or the staff motion because a more fundamental change is needed in the whole long-term plan process.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. First thing I want to do is thank Greg Carston and Lachlan and the team for the tough role they play. Whatever that they recommend will be controversial. It's just DCs are always a pressure point. So thank you. I support the changes to the policy, in particular in respect of capping DCs and peacocks and Rotorua. Peacocks, as we all know, we've made considerable investment. This council, $300 million either already spent or planned to be spent there. It has to work. There is no other scenario acceptable to this council in this city. Peacocks has to work. Rotorua in some ways is even a better example for capping for me. The arrangement with developers there where they front-footed a lot of the expensive infrastructure has saved this council millions. And I think it would be, given the high DCs and prospect there, it would be totally unreasonable not to be capping Rotorua as well. So I think it's a good move. And I think the way we've worked with the developers in Rotorua has got to be a good indicator for us of the way forward with development on the edge of the city in terms of the way we work proactively with developers. I think it's been a really good result. Despite that, I am also fearful of the state of development in the city, and I think we are going to do okay in the short term because there's projects in train and there'll probably be a rush before the DC policy, but after that I am really worried, and I think the graph Councillor Bitter showed us on page 106 is really quite scary. And I think, for me, with our debt to revenue ceiling as it is, as tight as it is, this is a real worry to me. And for me, it definitely emphasises the need that we need to do something pretty transformational over the next couple of days with our budget, because we cannot rely on some of the revenue I think we are budgeting for. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I support the staff's recommendation on the DC policy. I think they've done a great job in terms of achieving some compromise with phasing and capping and all the other pieces. So I think it's a good proposal. I'm really disappointed in the idea that we would reduce potentially the remission for Papakainga. It's kind of a last minute thing I hadn't anticipated coming forward. I think that when I reflect on the meeting we had at Kirikiriroa Marae and the appreciation that our Māori partners have for that full remission, yeah, it's just disappointing. I am pleased, though, really, with the inclusion of the charitable trusts in the community housing remission, because I think that will make a really big difference to some of the charities that we work alongside, including Bridge Housing Trust and others. And I'm just really pleased to see that and appreciate the way the staff actually consulted with the community housing providers in determining how to frame that up. I think that was just an awesome example of how we should be working. So I won't be supporting Mayor Paula and the Deputy Mayor and the changes proposed around the Papakainga remission.
Councillor Nigel Rove.
Thank you. Like the others, I just wanted to thank our DC team, Greg and team. We have listened to the submissions, and looking at the proposed amendments, it covers the majority of concerns that were raised, including what Councillor Anna just touched on in terms of the community housing area with including registered charitable trusts and the like. So I think that will have huge gains indirectly for our social housing sector. Just wanting to point out, because we haven't actually mentioned it, but all of those amendments, they total to around $60 million of increased debt. So just pointing that out so that we keep it at the back of our minds that, yes, we have reacted to the submissions, but that has been the cost going forward. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. And I think Kish's final point was the point that I was going to emphasise the most. I'm going to support the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor's motion because I think it is the appropriately landed balance of the issues in front of us. But the reality is any remission means the ratepayer picks up the difference. And I remember I was in council when Tony Marriott first started to talk about the concept of DC charges. And at the heart of it is, the premise, growth pays for growth. Now, we know that's just not true. And this is another example of why it's not true. Because when we pick favourites, the poor ratepayer is left with the gap. In this case, in my mind, for all the right reasons, that I think it's important to emphasise that 60 million. And the reason it's right is because we've already built a bridge to Peacocks. We're expecting 20,000 people to live there over the next 20 to 30 years. And we've got a slowdown in our economy, and we've got to make sure that Peacocks doesn't become the white elephant. I'm mindful on the points Cash made regarding community groups and Maori customary right land. That is always a fine balance, but if we provide a remission, the ratepayer pays. And so I think Mayor Paula has this one right. I think it is appropriate that we only provide a 50% remission. Like Councillor Andrew has said, and his graph speaks volumes, we are facing significant challenges, and we have projected revenue from DCs that I don't believe will materialise. And we will ultimately have to manage that, including potentially breaching our debt to revenue.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor O'Leary, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, look, I'm pleased with the motion that has been put up, which is largely based on the staff recommendation. One of the overarching things, as well as cost for developers that came through the submissions and that has come through over many years, is surety. They need surety, they need certainty so they can get on with building our city. So that's top of my mind as we move through the process over the next 3 days, and I look forward to seeing other motions that possibly have indicated to be put forward for the development community, but I caution dragging the pain out for them over a long period of time as well. We've gone through many reviews They need certainty. Look, the fact is, and other speakers have said this this morning, that growth is expensive, that growth does not pay for growth. It's expensive for the city, it's expensive for developers, and it's expensive for ratepayers. But if we're not a city that's growing, then we're a city that's dying. I also share some worry about Peacock. We have invested in that suburb and it is pretty much ready to go. We need to make sure that it gets the level of housing that the infrastructure has been put in there to support. The one last comment that I would make, there's several submissions, both written and verbal, mentioned, particularly around our schedule of assets, that they felt it lacked transparency. There's still work to do there. I know that the team are on to that and that they will work with the development community, but it was something that came up as a predominant theme, as well as surety and cost. So I'll be focused on how we can improve that for the development community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I'll be supporting today's motion on this. I think that it does strike a difficult but important balance where we don't want to make development even less feasible than it already is in terms of quickly increasing development contribution charges, but also trying to ensure that we don't put a massive cost back onto ratepayers in terms of growth. I think this really highlights some problems with our current model, and I agree with Councillor Andrew that the cost of infrastructure is a real issue, and I think particularly with waters, compliance and standards are pushing up costs, and we do need to really understand what trade-offs we want to make in that space, because looking after environment is important, but if we can't build houses because we can't afford the infrastructure, then have we got that balance there right? I think we need to really ask those questions. And I also think we may need to increasingly question the whole idea of getting development contributions up front rather than looking at a way to spread the cost of infrastructure over decades for communities, say through a targeted rate or other mechanism, because again, it's impacting on the feasibility of developments, although there are many other factors at play, and interest rates are a massive driving factor in terms of feasibility and the cost of development. Finally, I guess in terms of the whole thing of growth pays for growth, I do think the question of us growing is constantly being questioned, and what do we get out of it? But at the same time, our whole economy and the ability to fill essential services relies on more people coming to our city. So there are wider things to think about too. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I'll be supporting the motion today as well, with a little bit of hesitancy based on some narrative I've heard today from Councillor Bitter. I look forward to hearing more of that further. But look, I've heard words in the last couple of weeks, and one that particularly stood out to me was the word exodus. And if we experience an exodus of property developers wanting to leave our city, we're not going to have any houses for anyone anyway. So we've got to be mindful of how we manage that situation. Greg and the team have done a great job of coming back after listening to the feedback from the community and giving us what I would call some hope that the exodus doesn't take place. But one thing I would say about business, and having had some experience in it, is that it's a risk, and if we push developers to the ledge, they will eventually jump off. That's all.
Thank you. Write a reply if nobody else wants. Is that okay? But I don't think I could top those metaphors. They were excellent. Thank you. That we have to get the balance right. We've all agreed that. It is all about balance. I thought the report was excellent. The Insight Economics report proposes us future challenges for yet another day, but this does land at the right balance in my view. My focus was to ensure that the right development happens in the right places. So as Councillor Taylor has very well explained, Peacock, CBD, Rotikoti must be supported because we have investment of our own and investment of others in those places. We need the housing and we need it as quickly as possible. You know, recently we were acknowledged as New Zealand's fastest growing city, and we were quite excited about that because we're quite progressive. We're getting new industry and businesses wanting to come here. And we recognise we've got a young population, they're very clever, they're getting into all these new emerging AI and IT industries, and they're bringing innovation to Hamilton. So we can't have the city we want for those people if we aren't prepared to invest in creating a thriving city, which means we do have to make sure that the decision we make today enables developers to, as Angela has said, have the confidence to invest in our city, but also are able to invest in our city as quickly as possible. Because we have to actually provide for homes, businesses, because that's the heart of economic development. The more businesses and employment opportunities we have for our very young population going forward. So, yep, no, good report. Thank you very much to staff. There's been a lot of water flow under this bridge, flow under Peacock's Bridge even. A lot of water flowing, and I think we've landed on a good solution. I think we should be proud of the result today. So we'll go to the vote.
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Bidder and Councillor Casey Cox are dissenting.
Thank you. We are going we'll make a start. We are now in the long-term plan, and everything that is here that's been moved is for financial modelling, of course. We do come back to it at the end because they're all interwoven. I suggest that we work through the attachments and go through your questions and try and get that all done before lunch. I made myself a shepherd's pie and I've got all dinner in my mind now. I know, that's what I'm having for my lunch. Comfort food, mashed potato, yum yum. Anyway, on a more serious note, let's go through the various parts of the plan because there is a lot in here and I think it is worth dwelling on the questions, making sure everyone's understood, because then we'll go into the more formal way of putting the recommendations. At the moment, Amy is scrambling to incorporate some new recommendations from people, and that's always very difficult, which is kind of why we like to have them early, if we could have them early, albeit rough. And so we'll work through that. So we're going to go to the long-term plan. I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to speak to the long-term plan in general, the report, what he feels are the pressures or opportunities within this plan. Then James is going to introduce in the broad everything that he's been working on your behalf over the last while. I've already had my report, so I don't need to say anything at this. And then we'll probably drop into sort of like subject matter questioning time. So we're a little way away before we need to do any sort of argy-bargy over recommendations at the moment. Is that a fair say? Okay, excellent. So the Chief Executive is going to introduce his views on this plan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I'm probably just going to give some overview comments. And I think we all realise that this 10-year plan is probably one of the most complex ones that this council's faced for some time. I was sort of going to sound like the old codger in the room and say this is my 10th long-term plan in local government through my career, and it probably is the most complex one that I've been involved in. The journey started September last year, and I think when we started then, Waters was to be out after year 3. We had a different government. The government's changed. Waters went back in, and we had to wait to sort of hear the narrative around that and what would happen. We've had transport projects which have probably sensitised the community. We've had a by-election. We've had a whole bunch of other things come from a new government which we've had to take into account. So it's been a bit of a moving feast, and just on that score I just want to say thanks to everyone who's been on the journey, elected members, staff and the community. I think it has been a roller coaster ride so far, and it's continuing over the next few days. Look, one of the key things for me is around our debt to revenue ratio. Previous 10-year plans, we've had a number of levers we could pull. I think we're a bit more limited this time. We have some levers we can pull, but we do have little headroom around our debt to revenue ratio, and I think we're all aware of that. And if we pull one lever, then it affects the others, and it's all interrelated. So it's coming back to my original point that it is quite complex because of that, and the modelling is probably even more complex for Sarah and Candice over there, and for Tracy as well. Just over the next 3 days, I just wanted to politely and respectfully ask councillors to carefully think through your considerations and decisions in relation to balancing a number of things which were sort of outlined in the report, is around the levels of service provided to the community. We've had quite a bit of feedback on that through the submissions. The desire to have cost reductions and savings, and also our ability to maintain a resilient, efficient, effective organisation that can deliver effectively on our levels of service promises to the community, and I think that's really important. The other thing is probably just something to think of, and it's something that David Bryant talks about a lot in his role, is what your level of risk appetite is, and just when you consider the decisions that you make, what is the level of risk that you're prepared to accept and to not accept in your decision making. And the other thing is probably concentrating on the things that are going to make the difference. And I think there's been some narrative to that effect this morning in some of the discussion around Mayor Paula's report. So, look, I'm going to leave it there. I don't want to steal James's thunder or anything like that. Happy to answer any questions. Mayor Paula and James will obviously take elected members through what is quite a long report, and we do have a number of recommendations and other motions as well.
James will go through it in a high level. Then I intend to, unless you want to pause as you go, James, but you go through it once over the high level. Then I intend to go through the report on a kind of page by page basis for questions to be more targeted to the topic, as opposed to, you know, a free-for-all of broad questions right now. And we've got the one set of recommendations, but we know we've got amendments, and Amy's working through a lot of complexity. So just, if we can all be a little kind to Amy and to each other, because it won't be straightforward until those are all sorted, all right? That would be good. James, off you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Kia ora koutou katoa. Ko James Clark, toku ingoa. So this is the final decision-making point of the long-term plan process. Everything that you've worked on over the last year and everything that you've heard through submissions over the last few weeks culminates in the decisions that you need to make over the next few days. And they're big decisions and difficult decisions. The draft long-term plan included significant multi-year double-digit rates rises that were unpopular with many, but it contained significant spending reductions in many areas, some of which were also unpopular. The purpose of this meeting is to navigate a path through all of that and agree a final budget that strikes the right balance between shaping up the city for success in the next 10 years, whilst also being affordable for ratepayers. Once I've set a bit of context, Tracy has talked you through the numbers and you've asked any general questions about the report and the LTP process. As Mayor Paula mentioned, we'll then go through the report sort of section by section. So with that in mind, let me talk you through at a high level each section of the report. So the first set of recommendations relate to the underlying and supporting information. This includes our key financial assumptions, such as around interest and inflation. We then get onto the budget adjustments, the most significant of which is the 136 million of capital deferrals that have been included in the base budget following a request from the Mayor. One of those relates to Claudeland's power resilience, which I know there's particular interest in discussing. Then we'll turn to issues that have come up earlier in the process and we agreed to come back to as part of this meeting. So that includes information on Fairfield and Enderley and also on the building in which we're sitting. And then we get to water services, and Peter Winder is in the room with us and will be able to support us in that discussion. We then get on to levels of service, staff reductions and consultant reductions, on which there are 3 or 4 questions for you. The first is whether you want to proceed with the level of service cuts and what quantum of savings you want to deliver. If you do want to proceed, the next question is when. Essentially, make final decisions today for implementation over the course of next year with full savings from year 2, or the original timing, which was make final decisions sort of this time next year, implement them over the course of year 2 with full savings from year 3. And finally, on level of service reductions, the question, particularly if you're deciding to make final decisions today, is which areas or which specific levels of service do you want to reduce in terms of community-facing services, and in terms of enabling, what quantum of reductions do you want to instruct the Chief Executive to deliver? The next section is on the consultation itself. So you'll remember there were 3 things that we formally consulted on, which were the 2 targeted rates for additional services, on which there was mixed feedback during the consultation, plus the proposal to move to a rating system to fund pool inspections, for which there was fairly strong support during the consultation. And as well as the 3,000 or nearly 3,000 submissions, you've all received the submissions insight reports and various other cuts of the data, and also the results of the survey that we ran through Nielsen, providing a sort of separate view of the issues that we consulted on. We'll then consider the issue of community funding, which was a strong theme from the feedback that you provided at the end of the verbal submissions meeting. And there'll be an opportunity for you to raise anything else that you want to raise at this stage of the process, anything that's in the budget or out of the budget that you want to be back on the table. Everything that we'll have covered up to that point, the voting will have been for the purposes of financial modelling, so that we don't box ourselves in at that stage. We'll then have a look at what the numbers all add up to at that point. We've got our financial modellers in the room who'll be able to help us do that as we go through the 3 days. And once you've then seen the final rates impact, that's when we'll then come back to you and ask for final decisions and locking in both the final decisions on what we're spending money on and what level the rates will be set at. The final section of the report, although I imagine we'll touch on much of this as we go through the preceding sections, is around next steps. And there's a really substantial set of work streams that are going to take place over the next year. As you know, it's highly likely we're going to have a long-term plan amendment next year, given the direction of travel on water services. You've already requested a review of the rating system, which is a big piece of work as well. And there are further recommendations in the report for a review of capital spending, the establishment of a working group to look at the consenting process, and also you give Commission work looking at our approach to the funding of growth areas. Depending on what you decide on levels of service today, there may be work to take forward on that too. So that's a huge sort of piece of work or set of pieces of work that we'll need to take forward over the next year, and most likely in the form of a long-term plan amendment. Finally, in terms of the report, I just want to draw your attention, in case you haven't seen them, to the various attachments to the report. In particular, attachment 1, which was a late attachment, which has all of the answers to the questions that you've been asking over the last few weeks. You can find that from page 331 in Diligent. So that's the report and the recommendations contained within it. I'll now hand over to Tracy to talk you through the numbers.
All right, thank you, James. So if I can just get you to go to page 158 of your Diligent pack, and you'll see there we've got Table 9 and Table 10, so what we consulted on, what those rates were, our balancing the books and our debt to revenue ratio, and then pretty much what we're saying is our deliberations report base today. So that's keep taking into consideration all those underlying and budget adjustments that you've just heard James talk about. So if we particularly look at Table 10, you'll also notice in that table, which is extra that we've bought this time than we have in previous meetings, you'll see there that we've added in an extra line under the debt to revenue limit, and it's the debt capacity. So that's basically how much money we have left when we are on that debt to revenue limit. So again, just to give you an indication. So as Lance just alluded to, this very much is about which lever you're pushing and what your outcome is. So if we look to years 5 and 6, I've made an assumption with all of these debt to revenue percentages that we've got a 5% buffer on what our local government agency funding that we have with them and what that sort of limit is. So if you look at in the red, it's 280. And we've modelled that to be 275. Now, that is still a risk, being obviously even just having that 5% buffer, but it's the one thing that I will be recommending that we keep constant throughout this process. Obviously, ideally, if that number becomes lower, that gives us some further opportunity to make sort of different decisions. The other thing that we will obviously keep in mind is the balancing the books. So you'll see there that we balanced the books in year 3. So that definitely was something that you all agreed on both the November, December and February meetings, that was still something that you wanted to do. So we will keep an eye on ensuring that still happens. One of the things, just for the purposes of financial modelling, what we will be doing is keeping those year 2 to sort of 5 straight lined. So you'll see there that it says 14.5 straight. That's just easier for us to do when we're doing our modelling because it's a bit of a goal-seeking kind of situation for us. When we get into that final part of actually making those decisions, we can obviously tweak those percentages and obviously we can make them higher or lower in each of those different years. But for the purposes of the next sort of day or so, we're just going to keep that, that straight lined. So as Lance very much pointed out, this it's your different levers that you're going to be pushing and pulling. This is not going to be an easy exercise because as soon as you change one thing in 1 year, it has an effect on those outer years. So remember, just this is all about getting the cash in the door for us up front to make those changes and support those decisions and those debt to revenue limits in those outer years. So again, as soon as you change the first 2 years, it obviously has a huge impact on years 3, 4 and 5 and what that does in those movements. So with that, we will open up to any questions.
Excellent. So do you want to start with the financial assumptions as the area of question since you're here? Yes? Are there any questions on that, councillors? No. Okay. So if we go to the no, not at the moment, but that may change, of course. As we go through the report, starting with the page 127, as we start going through the items, we'll just flick through the pages that way and take questions on bits at a time. So if you look at the next page, we've got the municipal building, if anybody has any questions around that. And we've got water reform, which I have some questions about. I've just got to bring them up again. Any questions on the municipal building? We understand why that's the way it is? Yep. Okay, everyone's quiet. No. Sorry, Councillor Donovan, it's a bit slow to come up on the screen sometimes.
Yeah,
Councillor Donovan?
Sorry, and I probably should have put it to Lance earlier, but how hard do you think it's going to be to rent out those levels, given the state of the commercial real estate space?
You've probably heard some of Nick Wells's commentary on that and the work he's been doing. Look, it's pretty a challenging environment at the moment. There's a lot of that sort of grade of office space around, so the word I'd use probably would be challenging. Until you test the market, you don't really know. But, you know, we're hearing that from a number of different quarters that it is a bit of a challenging space at the moment with the economic conditions. But who knows, you know, there's reform happening in central government and retrenchment in various public service areas and that sort of thing. And sometimes they're looking for different ways of doing things, being rehoused and those sorts of things. So I know Blair's team would be, you know, working with that, with the business community and public service to look at what the opportunities are.
Thanks.
Mayor Southgate, 2 questions. So there's no funding set aside for any of the options. Does that mean that you're needing us to put some funding in this LTP, or you're just going to leave it for 3 years for the next LTP or for an annual plan? What's the plan?
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Angela. We're not requesting funding, but the plan is that where there is existing vacant space and there is a business case that stacks up and it's cost neutral to council, then we would pursue the opportunity to provide that for community space at no cost to council. But the other options are really for the future. So we don't see, based on, as Lance has said, that there is currently likely to be demand for the space. There's over 2 hectares of comparable office space already vacant in the city. So at this stage, we're not seeking money to drive those other elements.
So I'm on page 147, which is the detail in the report. So the option 1 in terms of reconfiguring, well, actually it's got stay put and enhance what you've got. is that 23.5? I mean, that makes the most sense to me because that's about selling the library building, moving the library in here, squishing up the organisation, moving the chamber, blah, 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 rah, 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 bringing in some community groups, right? So why then is that a net amount, 23.5 to 26.5 million? It seems an awful lot of money when that would be selling the library building, etc. Is this net or is this our best guess?
I can't tell if it's net or gross, but I certainly know that that report and all that detail was reported in detail to the November meeting, where Council passed the resolution, which is noted at the top of the following page,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor,
Okay.
where effectively it was very clear that the economic viability of any of those options didn't stack up for the foreseeable future for at least 7 to 10 years. And so hence those options were not progressed.
Mm. Right. It's not what the community...
Okay. Councillor Hutt.
I guess just wanting some clarity around the comment of at no net cost to council, and just aware of, just thinking about the big hole in the carpet in the foyer and whether or not that's, there are similar sort of quality of furnishing problems throughout the rest of the building. Do we have any idea about whether or not the income we would get from tenants would cover the refurbishment cost to have it tenanted in the first place?
Well, I think that needs to be looked at a case-by-case basis. And we have obviously talked about one particular organisation who Council is paying for third-party lease costs.
Yep.
So potentially when that lease cost ended, there might be an opportunity to look at that business case proposition at that time. That's not today.
Yep.
But I think we need to be clear, there is no available funding floating around to conduct renewal refurbishments. So it has to, we have to look at what is the realistic lease rental that we can get from these community groups. And community is very different to commercial.
Yeah.
And then what is required to actually create that fit for purpose space. So case by case basis, business case and at net cost, I think is the way we've framed it to I guess, look for positive opportunities, but equally protect our financial predicament.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My question is also with regard to no net overall cost. Our usual lease arrangements with community holds a heavily reduced lease fee. Is that proposed to be changed if they're coming into our building in the city?
I don't foresee that changing. I think it would be operating on our current policy approach. I think the no net cost is really just to say we need to put a financial business lens across this to say, whilst it would be great to accommodate, is it going to cause a financial impost on council? So case by case basis, we need to look at that.
And so there's no additional risk to community in coming into here and giving up a space from elsewhere in the city?
I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, but I think it comes back to, again, if there's available space, if we can make it available at next to no cost, we don't incur any new cost, and it works for them, then I think the staff would like to explore that.
Sure, thank you. That satisfies my thing.
Following on from Angela in that respect, you'd like to explore that. There's no specific recommendation, it's just work within house that you would do that off?
I think the recommendation there provides enough direction for staff to, where there are spaces, to work with those relevant groups.
Okay. Just a question myself on that one. In terms of the library and potentially moving in, and I know we've had a temporary library in the reception room when work was being done on the library, but in terms of the big move, one of the big barriers is the heritage items on floor 3.
Yes, and to be clear, in the staff recommendations, we're not contemplating any of those strategic moves, such as the library. So
No, they're not. But so to make it happen, because I can recall in previous councils conversations going on with developers to do, say for example, what Mr. Stark did with the regional council, with moving from their position, which is now made, and putting them in a lease position. In terms of, are those kind of conversations still alive with developers if they wanted to, and I don't know if they do, but if they wanted to buy the library and do something with that and put our library into a different space?
Can I just say, the biggest constraints about moving to the library into this building are, as you've mentioned, the heritage and the council archives, because they're all stored and climate controlled in the current library, but also the weight loading of the bookshelves. So you'd have to spend quite a lot of money on the floors so that they could take the shelves and the books.
So it couldn't go to like a sort of a warehouse situation?
Yes, but then you also have to factor in the costs of retrieval. That's also, it's just a business case, but the costs are quite high.
I think, Mayor Paul, just to answer your question, when we say our staff is Nicholas Wells, and he's a person of one, so he's not out there actively. If someone comes in and raises a proposition, we'll absolutely talk with them, but we're not pursuing those at the moment.
So we could be open to business if somebody wanted to do a sort of quid pro quo kind of development?
We're always open for ideas, but I come back to, we've got a staff member of one who's got a number of other things that are currently priority.
Thank you. Any more questions on the municipal building? Because I've got a few on water reform, if I may. Anybody, Councillor Kesh?
Yeah, thank you. Just, we're talking about the municipal building and then the conversation's kind of linking to the library, but I just wanted to get Helen to maybe comment on, we're talking about community space or creating space for community, and maybe comment on the possibility of actually letting out the third floor of the library to the community instead, just to bring everyone up to speed.
Yep, that is a possibility. It would just require some, well, not just, it would require some reconfiguration on the third floor, which would cost between 2.5 to 4 million. We've costed that out at, yeah.
Thank you. You'll hear some comments from councillors about community space and space in the debate when it comes to that. But let's move on to the water reform. And there are some questions. And I did send staff, because I was interested in the announcement that government put out on Friday. Was it Friday or Thursday? I can't remember. And just as you know, I want to see, and we have a recommendation to that effect, we want to see some lifting out of Three Waters costs so we can clearly understand where they lie. It's like a shadow budget for Three Waters so we can understand the implications, especially in those outer years. So that's my context. So what I asked, and I understood, and I hate this power in asking the question. What I want to know is the questions I sent in after I read that document on Friday, and I know staff will have reasons why they can't all be answered today, but can I get some clarity? When can we expect to see some clarity on what it costs now to run our waters? Can I get some clarity on what the debt to revenue ratio would be like on just waters, not any other part of the business? And just, you know, how much debt is set aside for water rather than any other infrastructure? I do really want to be hugely transparent with the public. This is what our waters business is, costs, has debt, etc.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. So from an operational perspective, that's the easy part. So obviously all of our waters activities are activities in their own right, and that's how we present and report on that. It is the debt and asset side that is a little bit harder, or in fact not a little bit harder, it's actually quite difficult. As you know, we have one bank account and all of our debt just goes into sort of one area, and from a balance sheet perspective we don't pull it apart. So that's the part that will take us a long time to figure out what that debt is historically and what part of that debt has paid for that water infrastructure, and obviously what we've got in place to pay for going forward. So the team have started working on it, but it literally is a case of unpicking it all to be really clear and transparent, as you said, around what we've already done and what we've funded. Keeping in mind we then have to unpick all of the DC revenue, what portion of that offsets the waters, and what that looks like, any fees and charges that we've had in that waters space and things like that. So it isn't an easy job for us, but it is something that we'll obviously need to start working on.
When do you think, given how fast the waters reform process is going, when would we see that?
I honestly couldn't tell you because obviously my team are trying to turn this around in the next 3 weeks. I've also got the annual report to do. So it is something that we are working on the site, but it's not going to be something that we'll be able to do in the immediate future.
Last question on that, if I may.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, who was that? Oh, of course. Last question on that was, given that we do differentiate a rates cost on the back of our rates invoice to Waters, what does that cover?
So that's that's your operational costs. So we just assume that 30%, as we always talk about, 30% is related to our waters business, and that's straight from our operating costs.
So when the public reads that amount of money on the back of the rates bill, it's talking about, just keeping the taps running as they are and taking it, flushing your water away.
So that's for 3 waters too, by the way.
3 waters. So that doesn't include any of the future investment, the debt, or those kind of things.
Not to that level of detail, no.
Okay, I look forward to. I'm sorry that it's going to be a lot of work on you, but it's really important as we go forward, that transparency with the financial. It's going to be, sorry. Questions over, sorry. Any other questions on water, anyone?
I just had a random as question for you, Tracy. Looking at, the table you showed us with year 1 and our debt headroom is pretty much nothing. What are your thoughts on, water's capital investments in year 1? And should it be at the height that it is now, considering everything that's going on?
So a lot of that is actually already committed in year 1. So I know when we've gone over the last few months, when we've gone and looked at that capital program, obviously we've taken into consideration what the waters in particular, knowing that at some point in time after Christmas, obviously, that would be coming out. But the other problem that we've got is actually we are committed and legally committed to still looking after what we've got. So I know the team have definitely put that lens over what we've got in those first few years. What do we actually have to do?
Yeah.
And again, from a compliance and regulatory sort of perspective as well. So I think the team have really, really looked at that in particular to make sure that we are just doing what we need to do.
Okay.
Sorry, one more question. You did do some work for DIA when the previous government were in play and proposing an entity of modelling what our costs. Does that not include some of the investment or?
So remember that was way back and based on the government decisions.
It doesn't seem that way back ago to me. But
for us, that was a long time ago.
And so you would say those are not relevant now, is that what you're saying?
I think, certainly a lot of it would be relevant, but I don't think it would be something that we could sort of produce right now and make it relevant to today, given and even just given the changes in the capital program and things we've just done in the last sort of couple of months as well. So that all changes things.
But my recommendation in the suite of recommendations that looks at you giving us the high-level shadow budget for water, that's doable still?
Yes, just when. I mean, that's the whole... It's doable, absolutely doable, and we're going to have to do it anyway.
I'd like to know when.
There'll be several months.
Yeah, all right, we'll come back to that. Thank you. Any other questions on water reform, anyone? Okay, no, let's go.
Yes.
Yes,
Sorry.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Porter. My question is around the work we're doing to come to a proposal for a different model. And I'd like to understand whether we would be able to have an in-principle decision sooner than later, like in the next month or two, around whether this council is willing to work or wants to go towards working with neighbouring councils on a joint solution.
Sorry, I'm getting Peter to come down and answer you.
The sooner that we are able to articulate any willingness to engage with other councils, the better in terms of how we might come to a lined up long-term solution. However, the going beyond, we would like it to look a bit like this, is very problematic until we have the next round of government policy decisions and legislation. As was discussed, there are a number, at the last briefing for councillors, there are a number of quite fundamental policy issues that are still unknown, like the taxation status of a CCO, which colour quite significantly what is the best outcome for Hamilton. But being able to articulate a clear vision, and in particular, if that includes working with other councils in order to secure even more benefits for Hamilton, the sooner we can do that, the sooner we can get on to the serious engagement with other parties as to whether we can make it happen.
And through the Mayor, I have a further question. So, while we don't know what the new framework for a new CCO will look like, could we put out a proposal that is our ideal situation, that reflects our ideal situation, and has some bottom lines for the government in terms of what we need from them around legislative frameworks, and without having that certainty that, in regard to taxation and other issues?
So the answer broadly is yes. If the more fully that we can articulate what the best outcome for Hamilton would be, the easier it would be for us to advocate for the legislative change that's necessary to underpin it.
Okay. And one last question, Mayor, thank you. Do we currently have a date set for an in-principle decision for whether we do want to work with neighbouring councils on a joint solution?
We don't have a date set. We're working on getting there as quickly as we can, and recognising that at the moment, many of the resources that would be necessary to paint the full picture are devoted to the LTP process, and therefore we will need some time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions on that? Levels of service reduction is the next section. Questions? I'll start with a question then. Lance, in all the many months that we've been discussing that of recent times, you have said in workshops that staff, we're not going to talk about particularly anybody specific, I just want to make a comment about the meeting. If we start to go into particular roles or anything like that, by the way, we'd have to go into public excluded because we're talking about people's jobs and livelihood, right? I'm talking about a rough level at the moment. You've said that this would be damaging to the organisation. You've said that the staff are, it's a question, you've said that staff are under stress and damage, not damage, stress and at capacity in some instances. Do you still hold that view?
I think what I said was, thanks Mayor Paula, obviously the 10.5 million was baked into the draft 10-year plan for consultation. The information I put forward to elected members to help bring, to give effect to that resolution should it pass here, was just to be helpful for elected members. I did say that I didn't recommend those savings on the back of Future Fit, which has reduced staff by 7%. I think we've righted the organisation, leaned it up, and we also have a 5% vacancy factor too, which is another challenge within managing the staff. I think what I talked about was the councillors need to be well aware of the risks of related to reducing staff numbers, and that it needed to be levels of service decreases, and there's a little bit of there's a whole lot of connectivity between enabling levels of service and external levels of service. So you can, if you reduce enabling levels of service way beyond what the level of service you're decreasing externally, then that provides a whole bunch of risks to the organisation around resilience, efficiency, effectiveness, and you get a bit of a ski-whiff sort of split there. So there's a whole lot of risks if you don't get the mix right, and around staff morale, attraction, retention, work pressures, and then, you know, it goes on into health and safety. My experience is that quality can deteriorate. You will get more mistakes, and there will be less ability to adapt to changing situations and things which quite often, you know, we're all aware of the things we get thrown at us by central government and having to react to those sorts of things. So I think there's a whole bunch of risks there which elected members need to be aware of, and just on the back that we have carried out a fundamental redesign of the organisation's structure based on our strategy, which has been the previous 10-year plan. So I'm happy to answer any further questions on that. I hope that's answered your question.
Yeah, to some extent. Can I just ask then, you've talked about some of the risks without being too specific. Is there any room for further cuts between the redesign and then the additional Future Fit? Is there any room between Future Fit and then the extra 10.8 million that could occur without fundamentally affecting the service levels of this organisation? Or do you still stand by your view that Future Fit Phase 1 and 2 delivered a streamlined organisation?
Correct, and I think I've been consistent in what I've been saying, that if you want to reduce some cost, then you actually have to reduce some levels of service, which includes levels of service to our community.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. I'll ponder on that. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Chief Executive, thank you for the ongoing work. On a document dated the 7th of May, you outlined options for the long-term plan level of service reductions. And I think the quantum at that time was that you came up with was 12.8 million. I think subsequently that's changed a little bit. I think it's now 12.5 on the final document.
Yes, and it gave some options in there. That's why it was beyond the 10.5, because we knew some of it may be unpalatable to elected members.
Yeah. Absolutely. I just wanted to confirm the figures because there were two lots of figures. Both in the original document on the 7th of May and the subsequent document, out of the 12.8 or 12.5, can I understand which areas, if you can, potentially makes those cuts unsafe?
There was a number of items in there around things which support staff and leaders actually.
So Mayor Paula, I just witnessed you having this mocking exchange between yourself and the Deputy Mayor. The camera will have captured it. I just want to sort of point out that of all the people in the chamber who should be sitting...
Stop, please, Ewan, stop. Point of order, you're incorrect. It was a different joke altogether, and it was nothing to do with mocking anyone whatsoever.
So in which case it's still a point of order, and if I could bring that to you, point of order 26.2. Both breach of code of conduct in terms of behaviour, and language, whether spoken or use of hand signals, etc., is disrespectful. So I just want to...
Disrespecting who, though?
well, irrespective, it's just disrespectful within the chamber.
I'm going to dismiss that ruling because I know
No,
absolutely... No, sorry, let's move on. I've dismissed the ruling. Thank you. But carry on with your debate, with your good questions. Carry on with those.
Mayor Paula,
Carry on with
so
your questions,
have you even looked at the point of order?
Carry on with your questions, Councillor Wilson, please. I have dismissed your point of order. Carry on with your questions. I'm chairing this meeting. I have dismissed your point of order. Carry on with your questions because I'm interested in hearing the answers to those.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So, sorry, Chief Executive, if we go back, my question was, I think Mayor Paula alluded to you having raised the concerns of risk and the unsafe nature of the recommendations you've made. And I'm asking, out of these recommendations that you've made to us, which ones are unsafe?
I think if you start reducing a number of the services, digital, HR, some of those ones which directly support managers and staff, and it would be not just unsafe to staff, but you start talking cybersecurity risk, those sorts of things. What I was getting at was the correlation between enabling levels of service and external levels of service, and you need the IT, you need the finance people, you need the HR people to actually support those people who are delivering the community-facing services. So there's actually a correlation between it. So if you withdraw all enabling levels of service, or a large portion of that in a particular area, then it means that the staff who are delivering the frontline work and the managers then actually have to assume doing some of that support side of things, which could lead to risks like employment relations matters having to be resolved by managers rather than working with experts in the HR team and that sort of thing. So there's a correlation there. Look, there is some specific roles, but there's also a general correlation between external facing services and the general support that's behind them. Now, that differs percentage-wise in each different functional area for a whole bunch of reasons.
Right. But surely
I'm not saying it can't be done.
Right.
I'm just saying that there are risks, and also risks to the organisation about if we're going to deliver levels of service to the community, and then we have staff feeling that they're trying to do that, but they're under pressure to do all these other things, then that leads to stress. That leads to people making mistakes and a whole bunch of things like that.
Surely you would have taken that into consideration when you put forward the recommendation. You would have tried to have got that balance right. I mean,
correct. That's why we put external facing services as well as enabling services and the correlation between those.
Right. So you are saying, just for clarity, so you are saying you have balanced that and you've highlighted there is some risk, but these are your recommendations, right?
They weren't my recommendations, that they were my suggestions about how we could bring effect to that resolution.
Okay. And so just for clarity, are you saying that in light of these are your suggestions, you are also confirming you believe you will do all best endeavours to mitigate the concerns that you've raised? Because obviously there are stuff... So,
correct.
Great. And so are there things that you didn't include in this because it would have been absolutely unsafe and that you couldn't then assure us that you would use your best endeavours to prevent?
Well, I think it was adding in more enabling services, which would then create even bigger risks.
Right.
Across those things that I've already mentioned.
Okay, thank you. In terms of timing, initially I was under the impression you had asked for implementation halfway through year 2 with full effect in year 3, but subsequently you've said, actually, no, I think maybe it's best in year 1 because uncertainty about ongoing changes for staff. have I understood that correct, or is that still your position, or?
If it's the quantum that was talked about, and my recommendation was that we should get on with it as soon as possible for a couple of reasons. Is we've been going through a change process. I spoke to a number of people around the organisation who are senior managers, and their view was, the general view was, get on with it, get it over and done with, and push on with life.
Okay, thank you.
It stops uncertainty, and it stops things going on for a long time, which then leads to a decrease in staff morale and those sorts of things.
Okay. Are you aware of the staff percentage in terms of quantum that the amendment refers to?
I've seen the amendment which talks about, correct me if I'm wrong, the
10.5?
The enabling levels of service, and I think there was some of the community-facing services picked out, others were unpalatable, and I think then there's part of the resolution is that pointing out 4 or 5 areas of council where I would need to go away and actually define another 1.9 million, I think, of savings.
We might discuss that.
I think that's correct.
Because you've put an amendment in this morning that no one else has seen yet.
No, I circulated it.
It's part of the... Oh, have you?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
we probably haven't
But
had a chance.
having said that, Amy has helped me a great deal with some latest editing to try to align with tables that exist in the current agenda versus some of the early iterations the last couple of days. Because there's been
I'm
a
just
bit
thinking we might talk about that when we get to the recommendation as well. Carry on with your
Sure,
questions.
but this was about service levels, so I'm trying to drill down on, because you've been very specific. You asked us to be more direct in terms of the areas that you wanted us to tell you where the cuts to come from. Am I correct in saying that?
Correct.
Excellent. And you've given us a suggested level of 12.5 million, and we're trying to find 10.5.
Correct.
And you're right, in the amendment, it talks about saying, from your list, we accept the following, but we also reject a subsequent list, and then we leave the onus on you to do best endeavours to find the balance, the 1.9, but we're more specific to you in which areas you need to look at.
Correct.
Okay. Is that helpful?
Most of that is helpful. The last part about finding savings from senior leadership team and management levels immediately below is probably less helpful. I think without that, it would be more helpful.
We're talking about his amendment.
Correct.
Can we differentiate between general... I'm not trying to stifle the debate on this because this is actually a critical important point. Differentiate between talking about your amendment at this point in time and we're just going through the report. So if you want some general questions to Lance, because I think there could be some more questioning when people see the amendments up against each other. I haven't had a chance to kind of... You're talking about the amendment, Lance.
I guess you opened the door, Mayor Paula, by saying you were suggesting there's been some suggestion of service level cuts, right? And so that only refers to the amendment because your motion has removed all service level cuts. So
true, if that applies.
So
yes,
I was simply, so you've started a series of questions.
Okay.
And so
Well,
I'm simply trying to take the opportunity to ask the questions that I thought everybody would find beneficial.
Right, cool.
But I'm happy to stop and wait till...
Could you just carry on with your questions, please, and let's get through this bit. I was just trying to be helpful and say there will be a time when I know from running these meetings for many years that when you get the recommendations up against each other, often questions arise from that, and it's a really good time to take them at that point. But do carry on. Just
I think I was trying to do that because every member in this chamber has
Please
our
carry
amendment. It was circulated.
Yeah, please carry on.
Mr. Chief Executive, So you're saying that everything's helpful in V, with the exception of a reference to the emphasis on finding service savings from senior leadership team and management levels. And the word below shouldn't be there, but why does that create an area of complexity?
I think it should be left to the Chief Executive to organise and structure the organisation as he or she sees fit.
So, Lance, would you accept that it makes it a little complicated for us, because on one hand, you've agreed just before you wanted more direction, so we've tried to give you more direction. You gave us your suggestion, and you still wanted more specific areas. So we've come back and told you what not to include. Yeah, so...
Activity areas.
What's that?
Activity areas,
Activity areas.
Yeah, not levels of management.
Right, okay. So at least that's clarified where you see the problem. Thank you.
Else on the, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Lance, are you aware of any other councils looking at a 15% reduction in staffing numbers? When you take into account the 7.8 that has already, through Future Fit, plus the 7% that we're looking at here?
Oh, I'm personally not aware, but it doesn't mean to say that other councils are looking at budget reductions. We're pretty aware of the journey Auckland Council's been on, which has been going for a number of years and has led to restructuring fatigue, according to their Chief Executive.
And if we go with, so the 2.8 million of enabling services cuts was in the report noted as medium risk. So do you, can I clarify, and then the full amount of enabling services, around 4.8, was noted as high risk. What level of risk do you perceive there being with the proposed motion that extends the enabling services cuts further again?
As I said, I think you need to get a balance between external levels of service cuts and enabling levels of service. If you just cut enabling levels of service, those things I said before become very real, where there's an expectation that you'll carry on producing the customer-facing activities with less support for those staff, which eventually leads to the things I said before, that there can be mistakes made, there's an unravelling, people feel that they're not supported, there isn't any HR, organisational development resource and that sort of thing, and you end up with retention problems and also attraction problems as well if your employment brand is that there isn't as much support for the staff as one would hope.
And so in terms of what's proposed here with enabling in this amendment, with the further enabling services cuts, would you then expect there would need to be further community-facing cuts or reductions to the scope of council in order to actually make those viable?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's what the amendment actually says. So the last area points out in C Roman numerals 5, it talks about a number of activity areas and it doesn't talk about enabling services. It's talked about the full enabling levels of service.
Sarah, if I can just pause there. This is bringing me to my point about, we were just going through taking general comments of staff to the report. I don't want to stop your opportunity to talk on the recommendations, but they're actually not before us yet. We're just going through the report to make sure that, so finish the little line of question you've got here, but I mean, I got one screen, so when I go from my diligent to the recommendations, I've got to go backward and forward to look. So there'll be a time when Amy will have them all in one place, all in order, and I think that will be the excellent time to mop up any kind of specifics that relate to the recommendations. That's my view anyway, but do finish the line of questioning you've got and then let's...
Okay, because, I mean, yeah, well, we'll need time to work through actually understanding this, given we were giving the courtesy of, and maybe 2 hours before, or an hour or something before the meeting started, so...
Yeah, that's what I'm finding difficult, and that's why I would do, no disrespect, you gave it to us. What I'm finding difficult is just that we will need a really long break for everything to come together so that we can have this kind of conversation. Meanwhile, I am trying to stick us to...
Right. I have some further questions relating to what's just in the agenda then.
Absolutely. I want to go through the report in some kind of tangible order.
Could I please understand what the impact of the proposed, reductions, if they were to recur to the community development team, what impact that would have on what we do currently with community houses? And our ability in terms of looking at further development of community houses.
Yeah, I'll talk at a high level and then Janet might want to jump in. It would mean that we would have less capability to work with community houses. We would be a lot more focused on a project basis. But it still includes the staff and the function of the community grants, and which is quite a significant part of what they do. So there will be less capacity to work out in the communities, and it will have to be very focused. There will still be a focus on working with the ethnic community and also the disability community as well, but there would be less ability to do what I'd say the more general work on it, and it's probably not the right terminology.
Okay, thank you.
I would just add to that as well that there would be virtually no resource to do any of the community house engagement. So all of the communication engagement consultation that we are doing through the community houses would effectively stop. The areas that the CE mentioned around disability and ethnic plans, we do have several action plans that we're signed up to, and that'd be the priority. So delivering all of the actions required through that. So in some ways there would be some contact, but only through those plans. And then of course would be the funding and grant application work.
And sorry, just to clarify, thank you, Janet. If we wanted to progress work in terms of Te Papanui Enderley development and that infrastructure there, would we have capacity to do that? Oh, that's possibly a question for Helen, sorry.
We work across both teams because Parks, the community facility itself sits in Parks, so we, the actual development of the community centre, we would work alongside Te Papanui with, but in terms of the building the capability and resilience of the trust or supporting them, that happens through the community development team.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, when we get to, I think, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, actually, I'll withdraw as well because it's going a little bit into the PX because it starts talking about numbers and you didn't want to do that, I think you said.
I just want to be careful of, it's not so much the numbers, Ewan, it's talking about when staff are sitting in this organisation and we're playing out their fate in public, and I don't think that's fair or reasonable, so I think we would have to do that in PX and then come out with our decision at the broad level.
Okay. So maybe my question is to Helen, and I'll try to word it in such a way. Helen, are you aware of the document, the 7th of May, options for long-term plan?
Yes.
And in regards to partnership communication in Māori and the reduced community development team in the right-hand column, I guess I'm just wondering, from what I've just heard the communities team say, whether that's consistent with what is in the right-hand column that we were given as part of the circulation of the Chief Executive's suggestions.
Sorry, what's the question?
So,
So Janet looks after that group.
Yeah.
Janet looks after that group?
Yeah.
Great. Can Janet help me? My understanding is, you've seen the document?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So in light of that document, is that what you're saying would be the consequences of the reduced number of FTEs within that portfolio?
Talking about the less support for underrepresented communities.
I'm just talking about under the heading Partnership, Communication and Maori, reduced community development team. I won't add the number there because we don't want to talk about numbers. I won't talk about the quantum, but in the right-hand column on the CEO's report, it says significant less support of our underrepresented communities, less input from our community and stakeholders in council decision-making. But your response to Councillor Sarah's was slightly broader than that, and I'm just trying to understand the difference.
Yes, that's correct. What's in that column is the consequence of those reductions.
Excellent.
It's only a summary. It wasn't comprehensive, so there was quite a big spreadsheet behind this, and we didn't want to give you a novel.
Thank you for that.
Actually, I might withdraw my question just for the moment.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Just in the enabling services proposed cuts, just wondering, in terms of the strategy growth and planning, there's some proposed cuts there. I guess I'm concerned like what implications those cuts might have for the work we're doing in affordable housing, and in particular inclusionary zoning, and if that would have an impact on that going forward.
So you're referring to the reductions signalled in the urban growth?
Strategy growth and planning.
Yeah, so we would need to focus on those areas that are legislatively required first and foremost. So where there is discretionary work in the planning space, that would fall as a second priority to anything that's mandatory or driven by law. So things such as inclusionary zoning could well be slowed down or removed as a result because it's discretionary.
Thank you.
Leila.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Paula. Let's, how shall I put this? In the work that you did on the service level cuts, did you take into account the response from the LTP showing that 48% of the submitters were strongly or somewhat supportive of cuts in order to reduce costs, whereas there was 33% against. So there was a reasonable, did you take into account that there was actually a sentiment amongst submitters that they were prepared to wear cuts in services?
Well, that document was produced before we got the final consultation information, but I've been around local government long enough and I figured that was going to be the case. You didn't have to be a rocket scientist to work that one out, that was going to be the case, but it confirmed what I was thinking.
Isn't it unusual for submitters to actually agree to service level cuts though? I mean, I don't think I've seen that so much in the last couple of terms.
We had it in
they sort of want cuts, but they don't want to lose things out of it. Often.
Well, I think if you look at all the results, then there was some of the things where people said they wanted cuts, then the people who said they didn't want cuts had the same you know, the different bunch of people said the same functions as well. Not completely, but there was some of that. But it's not unusual. I've seen it in 2012 when, though, for those elected members who were around at that time, we had day after day of people coming in protesting cuts, but also people saying that we needed to get the rates down as well. So I think it probably wasn't surprising, but the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. Janet's answer to that question just prompted me to think about some of our strategies, and particularly the strategies that would be affected by these cuts. I can't, off the top of my head, recall the last time we had an update on how He Pou Manawa Ora was going. I was wondering if I could have an opinion from staff around whether we're tracking to plan or whether there's room for improvement.
Janet, maybe you might want to jump in here.
Yeah.
Our order work program is tracking to plan. So there's nothing to note there.
So if we reduced the current levels of service, that would be in jeopardy? Cool. The Disability Action Plan I am quite familiar with, but just wanting, again, an opinion on cutting these levels of service, in particular, you know, general staffing. Does it put our ability to deliver on the Disability Action Plan at risk?
That we've done around the proposed reductions to community development, the Disability Action Plan remains a priority area for delivery.
I'm just thinking more wider about some of, even if, you know, individuals leading that work were not reduced, just thinking about the wider, like, actual action items. A lot of them have to do with, you know, transport and the flow and effects of if we're cutting, you know, more widely across the business.
That's possibly as well to the CE's point earlier that they need to be corresponding reductions. So we feel that with the proposal at the moment, we could deliver on the disability plan.
Okay. And then our Climate Action Future, again, I'm not going to pretend I'm not aware of that work, but just the comments in the table, would you confirm again that we couldn't deliver on the strategy with the proposed cuts?
Manawa Ora strategy?
Sorry, did I say our Climate Future? The climate strategy?
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Would the level of service cuts that are proposed endanger our ability to deliver on the climate strategy?
Yes.
Great, thank you, Blair.
Sorry, it's a lag time on my thing here. Councillor Thompson.
Just Councillor Anna's question regarding growth just sparked one other question, and which is, with what's proposed, what would be the impact on the council's ability to work with developers in terms of any of the emerging areas or requests that we get around growth?
Again, it would be reduced. Again, I come back to my earlier comment that we would have to focus on those areas that we are planned and working with, but those emerging areas and other new growth development areas, we may well be not able to engage in the way we are at the moment.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just wondering whether we'll take a break. I think we might actually do that. Oh, yes, of course, sorry. Believe it or not, that when you press there and it goes up there, there's a lag to there for some reason.
Late asking, but
No,
I
no, it's
just,
fine.
in terms of the nature in the city maintenance proposed reduction of 110, I guess I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but what implications does that carry for our work in that program?
Sorry, was that for nature in the
Yeah,
city?
the 110 maintenance.
Yeah, it would mean a reduction in maintenance, so where we'd be able to provide maintenance of plantings and gullies, etc., and we'd have to resort to more pest control rather than active planting and maintenance.
Okay, so is there any particular areas that would be most affected in that way, like newer areas we've planted, or?
I'm just going to let Maria
yeah.
answer that one.
Staff would have to reprioritise the maintenance based on the ecological priorities for each area. So we would take the option that would have the least impact, but still would impact, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah.
Let's just do the two targeted rates, ask questions on that, and the Te Waka one, which is pretty straightforward. Then we'll have a break. We should hopefully be able to have a break from about 1:45 till 1:45 at least. So let's just whiz through. Are there any questions around the infrastructure targeted rate, community infrastructure targeted rate from the report? Because we will have recommendations. Oh, yes, there is. Thank you, Anna. Thanks. Good.
It's not strictly in the report. I'm just curious, in regards to these targeted rates, there's been some discussion of whether they could be reduced in amount. But I just want a sense of, like, is it even a viable option, or what the risks are of doing that? So, for example, if they were, any one of them were phased in, or if they were reduced to a lower level, that sort of thing. So, yeah, is that possible or not?
Absolutely possible. So at the moment, remember, none of this is in our base budget at all. So effectively, if any of these recommendations go through, regardless of the amount that you come to, 20 cents, 40 cents, 80 cents, or whatever that might look like, so that revenue amount would obviously then be offset by the costs of what it would be spent on. So absolutely, that is an option.
Right. Okay. Great. And phasing it in is also an option.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That brings us to the community resilience targeted rate. Any questions on that? Louise did answer a few before. You have some more questions on that one? What did we call it? Yes, it says community resilience and extreme weather targeted rate.
Okay.
Any questions?
Can you come back?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, please bear with. It takes a split second for it to come up here. Sarah.
Thank you. In terms of those targeted rates, if council was to consider them in some way, introducing them in some way, would there be any issue with us noting a priority, say, like the Crawdlands Power Resilience Project, or would we need to wait until that for staff to come back with recommendations?
Absolutely up to you on what you want to spend it on. So I know there's a couple of recommendations that give options around basically setting up working parties to decide what for both of those particular rates, what you would spend it on. If you wanted to do that but be specific about what you wanted that to include, then absolutely that's your choice as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions, on the pools inspections targeted rate? Any questions? Okay, no. Community funding or Te Waka? Any other questions on those? We're pretty much under. Yes, go.
Funding.
Sure.
Just that if it is reinstated to the previous amount, we've already made some decisions in terms of partnership agreements about a month ago. What happens to those allocations? Will they be adjusted, or because those decisions were made in mind with the draft LTP in mind? So
What exactly was your question?
So the community funding pool, we've had a subcommittee about a month ago discussing allocations for the partnership agreement funds, and the subcommittee were considering this amount, the reduced amount. So if it is reinstated, will those allocations be increased, or will it come back to the subcommittee for reconsideration, or what?
Helen, you got any ideas? Janet, sorry.
Hold it as a question to come back after lunch. Maybe Kesh can have a chat with you about what, if that helps.
Yeah, I do understand the question, and I'll come back to you after lunch. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Which means we are going to have lunch, and we are now, it's 25 to in my view, even though it's not quite. So we'll come back at 22, is that Jenny, 22:02? Is that right? 20 to 2. Reason being, long lunch, staff don't get to eat and work, so we need to give them time to do their work. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Hope you did get a break around lunchtime, and I saw Amy out and about going for lunch with the team. High five for that one. That's good. Okay, so we are trying to go through the staff report, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty and the argy-bargy of various recommendations. We got as far as Te Waka, there were no questions. The rates we're going to get to in debate, but are there any questions around pages 131 or to the top of 132? Whoops. So we are going to get to, when we get to the recommendation, confirm the rates we wish to increase. So let's not argue about that, because there'll be plenty of argument and discussion on that shortly. Any questions on that, though? You can see that I've suggested an establishment of a working group consisting of the chair, the deputy chair, strategic growth, district plan committee, and other elected members to engage with developers across consenting and approval processes and any other kind of development-related investment.
Therefore, just to highlight on that particular issue, in the amendment.
There's an amendment?
We have.
Cool, that's cool.
Yep.
Just wanted to see if there was any questions on that. You can see the intent is to form a group to have alongside the development community. It's quite straightforward in that, and that's something that they asked for.
Just putting a couple of people in there.
Okay, cool. My proposal is that the deputy chair it at this point in time. District plan growth, no, nothing in there. Anything on there? It's all very straightforward. So now we're into the executive summary. Any questions on any of the material contained in that? And we're going to get into the attachments, of course. But we can fly through as read. Sorry, unless you say stop. So I'm just going to go through and say, are there any matters on the community outcomes? That's fine. We've pretty much done everything, actually. Fast track consenting bill, any comments on that? Perhaps while we are just whizzing past the reports, and we've talked about Three Waters reform in general, does somebody want to just very super quickly summarise the document that government released on Friday in terms of its key? Come on, James, you look like you wanted to do it there for a minute. Andrew's not here, but Peter, thank you. Hiding in the back. If you could just give us so we're all aware of what's changed lately, because of course this is a big issue for the LTP, right? Would you mind? Thanks.
Sure. So the government introduced late last week the Local Government Water Services Preliminary Arrangements Bill. It is pretty much what we expected it to cover. It creates the requirement for water service delivery plans to be completed by the middle of next year. It creates the framework for the introduction of economic regulation through the Commerce Commission, and the first part of that is a suite of information, or the potential for the Commission to require information disclosures, which is how you would start any subsequent economic regulation. It provides a framework for joint water service delivery plans with other councils, and a framework by which you can look at 2 waters and 3 waters in different ways, in different combinations within a water services delivery plan. What else does it do? It creates some shortcuts in consultation around the creation of a water services council-controlled organisation. Provides the framework for the Secretary of Local Government to make rules about water services delivery plans and what needs to be in them. And it creates a framework under which the Minister may appoint either a Crown facilitator or a Crown water specialist to engage with councils who are either having problems as a group coming to a group decision, or where an individual council is failing to meet its obligations with respect to a water services delivery plan. And it also puts in place the specifics that are associated with the water care solution that the government arrived at with Auckland. There are a number of matters in the detail that I'm sure we will need to make a submission on, but today's not the day for that.
No. And the other key point, I guess, I took from it was the financial sustainability that they made a key point of talking about several times. But, Peter, there wasn't a lot. Would you say there was a lot of detail about what that actually meant, other than your ability to fund your CapEx?
I think that would be correct, and equally I think the bill is quite weak in the connection between a water services delivery plan and the council's plans to accommodate growth and development.
Thank you. Any questions on that? I was just asking that apropos of page 137. Thank you, Peter.
If I might just make one further clarification, none of the matters that we highlighted as the key areas of uncertainty have been addressed in the bill. So as we've previously said to you, the things like the taxation status of the CCO and all of those other things remain part of the next bill, which we're expecting later this year.
Okay, thank you. After that comes the fast-tracking consenting bill, but that's also lacking some clarity and place to go. So let's move on to the next page and the next paragraph that some people may want to question. Staff is around the interest rates. Anybody got any questions about that? No? Any questions? Sorry, Max.
That these would be our borrowing through our GFA. Yeah, thank you. That was my.
Fees and charges, anything on that? Sure.
I'm not sure if it fits in here or not, but looking at just the amendment, can I ask a question on that now? Just if there is an increase in deferrals, does our interest costs, our budgeted interest costs reduce?
Yes.
But we don't know to what extent yet, right?
So you've got the rules of thumb in your paper for the $10 million of revenue, sorry, of debt equals 0.446, $460,000 worth of interest. So that's the rules of thumb.
Can you say that again, sorry?
So for $10 million of debt,
Yep.
is $460,000 of interest.
Is that per
annum.
year? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, and it depends on the timing of what that is and with those other decisions and things like that as well.
Thank you, Tracy.
Through the chair, I suppose it's for completeness, if you defer a capital program. Oh, if you defer an item in the capital program using inflation, it would cost you more. So at that time, so just for completeness.
And just another follow-on question on that. I guess that's where the fine balance with deferrals sits, because if you defer work that you have to bring on in 5, 10 years later, it's going to have those appreciated costs, right? Okay. Anything, any comment? Yeah.
And that is irrespective of the term of the loan, is that right? Or these are just general?
So these are just general. So we have obviously all of our borrowings, and that's the whole idea of having LGFA, is that we can borrow over longer periods of time. So we've got the actual borrowings itself, and then obviously on top of that you've got half of that which is hedged, which is also over different years, and that's we've pushed and pulled some of those as well. So when they model it, all of the weighted average cost of all of those borrowings, that's what excuse me, that's what we are modelling in the model. With what that looks like. And that's where, so those changes, those capital changes, or any deferrals, which is purely for cash purposes, when we model all of that through, that obviously then determines that interest.
And do we ever have detail of what those rates, terms, values are in a...
I thought we can. It's a report that we just get out of PwC, and it lists all the timing, all of our borrowings, and when they're due and things like that. So that's certainly easy enough to get to you if you'd like that. Yep. I thought we had one.
Fees and charges of no questions. Service performance measures. Anybody asking any questions about that? If not, we'll whip on. Parks and recreations, all of that. Oops. That brings me to... No, I'm going past those. There's an item on page 142, which is the changes to operational budgets. No questions there? Yep. There are. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Question possibly for James, tag team Tracy, but James first. So are the changes to operational budgets here shows that obviously what we consulted on and then the movement since the time has passed, going from a $2.7 million deficit to a 5.4. What is the impact of the Wilson motion? Can you just explain, so will we be able to see that? And can you just explain a little bit about why that's $10 million a year is only a 0.04% impact on the rates? And how we'll model that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Let me have a go at answering that, and then Tracy will bail me out. So, I mean, if I can start with the last part first, this is probably the question I've been asked most in the last few months. Why do the level of service reductions only have to be clear, it's 0.4% lower rates increase than would otherwise be the case in years 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Yeah.
And I think there's probably two ways of answering that question. The first thing is just to bear in mind that just because of the way we operate and what we do, our staff costs only actually equate to about 15% of our total costs. So the actual total quantum at play is relatively small compared to, for example, the size of the capital programme, which is sort of 50% of what we do. Yeah. So therefore, if you're reducing 15% of what you do by 7%, I think that works out to a 1% reduction of your overall budget, and then that equates to. There's then the second issue that comes into play, which we've discussed, which is the debt to revenue ratio, and for every your revenue is 2.8 times more powerful than your spending reductions. So if you let's say you reduced your spending by 2.8 million, you would only be able to reduce your rates intake by 1 million. Or to make that more relevant to the numbers we're talking here, I guess let's halve those numbers. If you reduced your rates in your spending by 1.4 million a year, which is about what the motion does, it enables you to reduce your rates intake by about 0.5 million a year.
Yeah, no.
What did you say? The revenue is by what portion more?
2.8 times. That's because the debt to revenue limit, which is the key thing that we're sort of buffering up against, is around 280%. So for every dollar that you don't get in the door, that's $2.8 that you can't spend.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And so we will, when we get to the motions, we'll be able to have all of that modelled, or no? Well, the Wilson proposal, we'll see that.
It's already modelled.
It's not in the staff report.
No, because we only got it on Friday. So it's sitting there. So all of your recommendations...
Sitting where, sorry? In emails?
All of your recommendations that if we had them before Friday, so anything that came through to us on Friday, they're all now sitting in the model ready to be turned on and off.
Yeah, but not in the diligent report.
Oh, no.
No,
Sorry.
that's what I'm saying.
Absolutely
Haven't seen them
no,
yet.
You haven't seen any
Thank
of
you.
that, no.
Okay, thank you. Let's carry on. Capital budget adjustments. Any comments on that? Changes to the capital program on page, anything on page 143 forward? No questions. I don't see any. Thank you. Renewals and compliance, reprioritisation. Any questions on that, Councillor Thompson?
My question is around, in the LTP document, there's some commentary in one of the attachments, attachment 13, there's commentary around the link between renewals and emissions targets for the corporate organisation. And I'm just keen to understand, it mentions risks around reducing renewals, that it might be that a boiler, a gas boiler replaces a gas boiler rather than electrifying. So would issues like that be reported to us before decisions are made?
Yep, I'll take that question. The answer will be yes. So, what we're looking to do is for elected members to give us the same ability we had last year to manage the whole renewals and compliance as a 3-year program with regular reporting to council. So we're already starting looking at our new reporting regime for the capital program. And we've already talked a little bit about upping our renewals and compliance reporting to you. So we can take that on board and look through that lens as well as part of that reporting.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I was just wanting to clarify then, we wouldn't need any motion to request that occurs. It's just, sorry, I'm trying to talk into the mic and look at you. That will happen.
Yeah, no, I don't think you need a resolution. It's going to be a 3-year journey for the 3-year program, so you could raise it at any time if you don't see it during the course of the 3 years. But I'm going to make a note now and put it into the team.
Cool, thank you very much.
Sarah, any questions on the bid improvement at this point? No. Any questions on the Fairfield Enderley investment? No. Okay, let's moving forward. Municipal building, we've already had the opportunity to talk about, and we've looked at those. And I think that's bringing us right on to, I don't think, we've talked about the levels of service reduction, which are summarised there. I'm just whizzing through the report. If you've got a page, Councillor Hutt, you have a question. Sing out, please.
I have a question.
Sorry.
Under what heading was nature in the city going to be?
There's a deferral that's already assumed in the base budget, so that was in the budget reductions which we've just covered, but then there's the option of a further reduction which is in the changes section that comes later in the report. So
Up to you if you'd like to wait till later in the... Okay, cool.
I've whizzed forward because a lot of it is what we already discussed in the first part this morning. So I'm looking at what's next. Has anybody got any questions on the submissions insight report, which we haven't discussed in any way? Is there any questions on that? Tell me if I've missed anything, because I am moving quite quickly through stuff that we've already had. I think we've already had. Right, so now that brings us, pardon?
What page are we at?
We were at, I've just put my hand on it. We were on 164, just looking at the submissions insight report.
You really are.
I am moving. Sing out if you have anything in between that you feel I should have stopped at, but I feel like we've touched on the broad themes. So I'm just going through with a view to what we haven't. Capital referrals, page 197 in that box. Is there any, it says referrals in the capital, and you mean deferrals, because that's what the table says on page 165.
Yeah, this is the nature of the city, Louise.
So, right, this is the nature of the city moment.
166.
Yeah.
There were some comments in the table of elected members' questions just around, I guess, the risk of the additional deferral to nature in the city and how it could threaten the existing investment. I was just wondering if somebody could speak to that and kind of elaborate further, because I think it's a salient point. Is it Helen?
Maria's just coming down, I think.
Oh, hi Maria.
So the key difference between the two is that leaving money within the first 3 years of the LTP enables us to protect the investment that has been made in the previous 3 years. Deferring it into year 4 means that we would either have to walk away from the investment or we would have to redirect our rangers to protect that investment, which would mean the reduction in the wider natural areas of work they could do.
Do you have an estimate for, I mean, it's hard to quantify the material investment of trees, which I might say is priceless, but do you have a number to compare?
So there's a couple of levels of investment. So our iwi, hapu and community group partners have also invested heavily, particularly in the Donny Park project and the Mangoanoa project. So they would possibly be quite disappointed if council chose to walk away from those planted areas. Yeah. It would take very little time, so probably one spring season, and those plantings would be completely overgrown without maintenance.
The proposal was a saving of 1.4 million. Do you have the number for what the previous spend was in those areas?
So the investment you're protecting would be about 860,000 in that planted area.
So about half what the saving is. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
Yeah, I just had a question on the citywide transport numbers 5 and 6. Maybe my brain's not working as well as it should be, but can someone explain and just, so we want to leave it in there, but repurpose our share of funds to do the transport projects to a lower cost and then attract central government funding for another purpose? Or am I reading that completely wrong? 166. If someone can just explain the transport bit about how we're repurposing funds, that would be awesome.
Shall I'll pick that one up.
Thank you.
So the schooling project is in the program in the first 3 years for roughly $27–28 million. So that's 14 million of local share and 14 million subsidy. So we think, and we don't know yet because our NZTA haven't made their decisions, but we think it is a reasonable risk that they won't fund a big walking and cycling project like that, which means that we would have assumed $14 million of revenue, which we won't get. So what we're saying there, we are also, in parallel with that, looking to push really hard for transport renewal funding. So if we get transport renewal funding in excess of what we've asked for, that will come with revenue. So what we're suggesting is let's work to see if we can get some offsetting revenue for something which is core business, which is our renewals program for our transport network, which will benefit the whole renewals and compliance program, particularly because you're on the precipice of taking out that 27.5. So hopefully that's clear.
What happens to the local share, the 14 million that we're putting in?
Well, so every time you ask for $1 in subsidy, you've got to put up one of your own dollars. So
no, but I mean, is our share going to be used for the renewals and stuff as well, or is it going to be still delivering the school link but to a lower standard? It
would have to be used for the renewals as well. So if we got subsidy for renewals, we would have to purpose our $1 for renewals. But so remembering our renewals and compliance is a really tight program, and we're probably underfunding renewals, so it'll be well spent money if we do get that.
But we're not calling it something else because we're hoping it's still funded for schooling? Like, why wouldn't we just call it renewals or whatever you say?
I think the resolutions I've seen is we don't know the outcome of the subsidy until probably September sometime after we've landed the LTP. So I think there's a resolution floating around to come back to council at that time when we know the revenue that we'll get for our operational costs, our renewal costs, our other transport programs and reassess at that time. So until that time, it's keeping it as the school links, because we could be surprised and they might still fund it. All we're saying is we think with the new policy direction, the risk is high that they won't fund it.
Okay. And does it the same thinking for the biking and micromobility and the low cost, low risk?
So the biking and micromobility, I think there's some resolutions that really make it clear that council want to have more determination on what we spend the money on. So we're pulling it back to that and just saying we will keep working to get as much subsidy as we can to match our subsidy to spend on the right types of things or the things that you want to do. So we won't go and get lots of money to do raise speed platforms and then not do them. So we're looking to get money for stuff that's more in line with your decision-making framework that you've signed off on.
Last question. Why wouldn't we just simplify it? Like, why do we still have to call it all of these programs, knowing that there's low confidence in getting the co-funding?
I think it comes at a time when the change of government, they've changed all the names of the programs as well. So under the previous government's previous government policy statement, they had Road to Zero, low cost, low risk. They're in the process of changing all of those project names at the moment to the ones that are put there under local improvements, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just coming in that transition period where the program names are changing and we still don't quite know what the final outcome of that will be.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the GPS, sorry Angela, Anna just jumped in, but GPS is due yesterday, but it's due when exactly? It's very...
So the GPS is out. The GPS is the government policy statement on land transport. So they've issued that, which is a high-level direction
came on budget, didn't it?
Of what you can spend, what they want us to spend the money on. What we're waiting for is New Zealand Transport Agency's determination of how they will spend their money and how much subsidy they will give every local authority.
Yeah, and I have heard, like you've said, I think we should take the clear steer that the categories of spend are likely to change to be much more in line with current government's thinking.
Correct, yeah.
That's what I heard members when I was at the Transport Forum advisory group that I sit on for, and that was, yeah, very much the intent, so. Okay, Anna.
Just a question around nature in the city again. Sorry, Maria. You mentioned that we're risking the prior investment of 860,000 by deferring to year 4 if we do that. I just wondered, in terms of our overall strategy and our potential of reaching the 10% goal, I guess just, a reflection on how this would potentially compromise that.
So it would definitely slow our progress down. It would depend very much on whether we took the level of service saving plus the capital deferral to year 4. We haven't done the maths on exactly what that would look like in a percentage term yet, but it would definitely significantly reduce the progress
towards that goal. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Community funding on page 10. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hart.
I'm so sorry, Councillor Anna just made me think about something else. Nature in the City is its own piece of work, but has impacts on our climate strategy, and biodiversity is an entire piece of work. Do you think that this deferral would jeopardise those strategic outcomes?
Yes, quite likely, Councillor Hart. I think, as I said, the key impact is that we would return to the levels of service that we had, or not quite there, but that we had previous to the last LTP, where we were only maintaining our natural areas on a reactive basis. We've managed to claw back 84 hectares that we're reactively maintaining, and if you take that backwards, then we're going back, we're increasing the size of the significant natural area in the city, but our maintenance levels decrease, so that will have impact.
Cool, thank you.
Significant natural areas, doesn't it, in terms of Indigenous
Yeah.
biodiversity, etc.?
Yeah, it impacts the amount of those areas that can grow up to be fully functioning significant natural areas.
Because it's also about that 10% Indigenous tree cover.
Yeah, I've got a question. Thank you. Community funding we've talked about. Does anybody have any question of those in the table 12?
Just come back to me
Oh,
with a
thank
question I
you.
had earlier. So
Thank you. Good reminder. Thank you.
the community funding one.
Yeah, yep, sure. We recommend that if those funds are reinstated, that we make recommendations for referral back to the subcommittee with the new quantum.
Okay. Yeah, so that will prevent promises and commitments being undermined by the decision. Potentially.
Potentially, although it would be difficult to see a situation where the recommendation would be for less. So it would give others that maybe weren't recommended for funding in the initial round, because the pool was smaller, to be considered. And we could also consider different quantums for successful applications as well.
Right. Because how much was it oversubscribed?
Oh, gosh.
This time? I mean, it's always well oversubscribed.
Yeah.
What was the community?
Yeah, I think it was 5 times.
5 times?
400%. Yeah.
400% oversubscribed. Okay, cool. Thank you. Capital, we've discussed that really in part. Growth, any questions on the growth? Oh, sorry, capital? Yes, sorry. There is a delay on my screen. Councillor Bitter.
Targeted at Chris for capital. Questions for Chris would be resourcing to have sufficient staff time to investigate potential cost savings. What do you need? Because this is potentially the biggest savings area in the whole LTP.
Just to be clear, you're talking to paragraph 217 as the review of our approach to...
more from 204 to 212.
Oh, right, okay, yep. What do we need? We haven't put too much thought into that, I've got to say, at this point in time. I anticipated it would be a mixture of a lot of staff time, but with that independency you're looking at the moment, so I would need to engage with Lance and ELT and just I'd anticipate that we'd need to find it from existing funding to just resource some external help.
Right.
So we haven't had that discussion yet. So
yeah.
I'm confident there'll be a lot of expert internal input we can put in to shape it up, but I think what we're looking for is a bit of external reassurance as well.
That is good, because I am hoping that I can get a lot of external help at no cost. Continuing on, things like MPS fresh water and GPS transport on TTM. If you see any need for council to lobby central government on changes that will make a big difference to capital, can you let us know?
Yeah, I expect that will fall out of the study group, but also the group that we're going to work with developers to look at their consenting going forward, because I think there's some similar cost drivers in there that they will raise as well, like traffic management. So absolutely, I will highlight those along that journey.
Yeah, and finally, in general, there's mention of best practice for temporary traffic management. What I would like is simply fit for purpose, as opposed to best practice as a general rule for council. What guidance would you need on sort of council's appetite for risk of things to sort of make those sorts of changes?
So generally we're sort of guided nationally through traffic management. Historically it's been through a document called COPTIN, the Code of Practice on Temporary Traffic Management, which is administered by New Zealand Transport Agency. So it's in the process of being changed at the moment back to a more of a risk-based approach. In my view, that could take it either way actually, but we're sort of staying close with NZTA. We're in contact with the person who's leading that nationally. So in my view, we don't want to get too far away from where they're heading nationally, because NZTA have a direction in the GPS, the government policy statement on land transport, to deal with this issue for the same outcome you're looking for.
Yeah.
So we want to work closely with them, and because I think if it comes from a national direction, there's a better chance of being successful.
Thank you.
Moving forward onto growth, any questions around the growth scenarios from the report? Okay, no, so we move on to consenting. Any questions around the consenting work? Nope. Next steps are set out there. I am whizzing through climate change impact statement. I thought somebody said they did have a question. Does anyone have a question on that? Nope, not at this point. Not at this point. Right, sorry, just bear with. I am whipping ahead. I am on page 176, but I'm expecting you to call out if you think, because a lot of this is the background that sits behind the conversations we've already had. But if you
One question, just
Sure,
you whizzed
of course.
past it, but 171 external costs for LTP engagement. I'm just checking. I've heard people say that next year we'd be looking for an amendment to the LTP, and whether we've budgeted. I mean, what do we need to budget for that to happen? Has it been done or not?
Yes, you're right, Kesh. There are additional costs that we will face over the next year, some of them relating specifically to the process of a long-term plan amendment, assuming we have one, and others just relating to the various sort of constituent parts of it, which we have to take forward anyway. We haven't put additional money into the budgets for year one because of that, so we would have to operate from within existing budgets.
Do we have an idea, a general idea of what that extra cost would be? I mean, it's year one, right?
I mean, bear in mind that we would anyway have had an annual plan, so we're budgeted to deliver an annual plan, so it's not like we're starting from scratch. But there is, as we set out, additional work over and above what we would expect in a general annual plan process that we'll have to sort of meet from within existing budgets.
I think if I just can add to what James has said, I mean, obviously Three Waters is like to be a big part of any amendment, and Council have last week set aside some money to cover that. Now we know that money is not sufficient to cover everything, but that may also be somewhere we have to look at part of our costing. Things such as an audit will be required. I note that the resolution, the very third to last resolution, addresses the fact that we may need to reprioritise some work, to also look at what we're doing to create the capacity to do the LTP amendment work. So, not there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just sticking on page 171, table 13. The third item for external costs was consultation document. Should that have been plural? because there was more than one document that was made available.
Nicole, or I don't know if Dan's around, are you able to answer that question?
And I mean, that's a minor question that I'm going to get on to asking also, how was it decided that that particular level of expenditure was needed? Because my perception is that quite a lot of the documents were wasted. I saw large numbers of them that never left this building. And while in the grand scheme of things it's a small amount, we have to be fiscally very prudent with everything.
My experience of the process is we printed as few as we thought we could at the start of the process, and then more and more were demanded as we went through the process. So when we went out into the community, more and more people asked to have a physical copy of the document, even if they would ultimately make a submission online. But I can see Nicole is standing up, so she might want to add to that.
We did do an initial print run of about 1,000, and they were taken up within the first week by community groups, and a lot of community groups reaching out to request them for their meetings. Right. So then we did a further print run. I can't remember the exact number, I can check if you like, and majority of that went out to, so your neighbourhood, they were delivered to yourselves on level 9 to distribute, and yeah, we did receive a lot of requests from the community for them. There was the consultation document printing, which included the separate submission form. So you had the consultation document and then the submission form so that you could read and complete the submission form.
Right, but it was fairly responsive, that's what you're saying.
Yes, we actually had to fight our printer to print them very quickly and jump the queue of multiple other community projects to get them out.
Thank you for that. So, but that does represent the final figure, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, that's the final figure, yes.
Thank you. Thanks.
Tim, that's it?
Not on that, no. And I know it's a small point, but something to think about for next time, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it's been an interesting history between printed and online digital approaches in the past and going forward, no doubt. I'm going to go attachment by attachment. We've done, because I don't want to go on every page. So I'm on the verbal submissions insight report. Is there anything in attachment 3 that you haven't been able to ask a question about or need to ask a question about? That's the full attachment 3. Insights report. Nothing?
Looking for the Nielsen survey, where's that in all of this?
The Nielsen survey is in a separate book on Diligent, which is called Submissions to the Long-Term Plan, and it's from page 74 of that book.
Yeah. So we can. So if they want to ask questions on that, James, since it sits in a different book, can we do that now?
Sorry, can we what?
If they have questions on the Nielsen,
Yeah, absolutely.
can we do it now?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to ask any questions on the Nielsen survey?
I just wondered whether James would give us a wide overview of it, because it's quite clear that some members may not have focused on it.
If you wouldn't mind stepping through the overarching findings, we have got it, we have read it, but I found it very interesting actually. And then we can take some questions, even though it's in a separate document here. Go.
So my recollection of it, bearing in mind it's a few weeks since I read it, is that broadly it reinforced the key points from the consultation, including probably some tension between people. There are lots of sort of yes/no questions to sort of like, do you think it's important council balances the books, and questions like that, to which everyone said, or not everyone obviously, to which predominantly people said yes, but then there were questions like, will a 19.9% rates rise affect your circumstances and so on, to which people said yes. So I think you would have to apply your own sort of interpretation and judgment for how you would sort of square those two things, but my recollection from reading it, and I will dust my memory down of it in the next break, and if there's anything else I think I need to share, I'll do so then. But my recollection is that it just reinforced the key themes of the consultation, including that sort of tension between people recognising the importance of fiscal sustainability versus concern about the impact it may have on them and others around them.
Have any other questions on the Nielsen report that we can see if they can be answered now, or James can come back, or James or staff can come back to after the next tea break? Any questions? Because somebody raised it over there about the Nielsen report, so I'm just wondering if you...
Was a cost listed on the other report. So it was just, I was just wondering why we do it if we're doing an internal thing anyway.
Yeah, fair question. It was a request that came from the elected member consultation document working group. So that was the group with whom we worked to produce the consultation document. And I believe the idea was it would just give us a second way of asking questions to a group of people who we could then apply weighting for to sort of understand what different groups of the parts of the community were saying. And it just gives us a second sort of reference point. As it happens, the results largely correlate with what we got through the consultation, but that wouldn't necessarily be the case. I see Dan's just joined us and may have more to add, particularly if there are any further questions.
So, Dan, we're talking about the Nielsen report in general, why we did it and what value it added, and James has given us an overview of it. But I guess also, can I ask in a question form, it would have been to provide that statistically relevant external lens over the questions, yeah? He did do a good job, but he didn't make that point about statistical independence. But you know, there you go. So yeah, you said yes. Okay, let's move on. Were there any questions around the Verbal Insights report? If not, let's go to attachment with the significant forecasting assumptions. Any questions about that? Not that we haven't had workshops upon workshops around these things, but nope. Okay. Fees and charges. Also well worked over, I think. Oops, no, I've just put my elbow on it. Detailed breakdown of capital expenditure. Anything that you want to raise? Any flags? Any questions? No. Fairfield Enderley. We've discussed that a few times. Any questions, concerns, flags? No. Targeted rates for consideration. These are the targeted rates. Any questions on that report? No. Okay. Māori Submissions Insight Report. Any questions for staff on that one? Right. Oops, I'll put my arm on it again. Thank you, staff, for those reports being so comprehensive. I think the fact that we've had them nice and early and been able to read them has really helped here. Iwi and Hapu submissions, any questions on that? Additional analysis on the transport services sentiment by area. Any questions on that? Okay. Corporate emissions reduction opportunities, the action plan. Any question on that? Nope. Nope. Okay. Then we had the late attachments, information requests from elected members, where there's a whole bunch of requests. And are there any questions on anybody of that? But thank you for capturing them all in the one place, James. I found that very useful. And of course that was updated as well. No questions on it? Okay. So that brings us now to, let's get into the, yeah, we'll do half an hour. We get into the recommendations. Louise?
Could I possibly just go back a tiny bit?
Yeah.
Could I re-ask my question about the Disability Action Plan to Chris Allen? Because he wasn't in the room at the time.
Yes, you can. He's looking like he has much into...
I appreciate that...
and he's listening too.
He's anticipating with great...
This is sort of a general assumption that perhaps... I know that you do capital stuff. I know that I'm going to be asking about service levels, but just thinking about how the service level cuts overlap with the Disability Action Plan and how the Disability Action Plan has specific things in it around ensuring disabled people can get around the city, ensuring, you know, thinking about how it affects our program. And when we're cutting things potentially that might affect that, would the service level cuts affect our ability to deliver on the Disability Action Plan? And you can say, no, I can't answer that, and that would be fine.
I don't think it those cuts will affect our outcomes in our capital program. Just off the top of my head, you know, capital, it'll be tied up with the scope of capital projects, and we're due to have a working group that's going to look at cost and scope reviews of our projects moving forward. I think at the moment it's a key consideration for every project we do, and accessibility audits, etc. So I don't see that changing when we're building new audits. And I think, to give you some comfort, I just keep an eye on the scope and cost audit as that comes through elected members over the next 12 months.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Paula, could I just add one more thing if we're done with those questions? A couple of people have just asked me to clarify. There's a few references in the recommendations to the need to reduce or increase our debt headroom, and a couple of people have asked me why exactly that we're sort of framing that as something to aim for. If you just give me a couple of minutes, I can answer that question.
Thank you.
So I guess there are three reasons for that. I guess the first is any organisation would want to have as much debt headroom as possible to cover themselves in the event of an unforeseen event. But leaving that aside, I think there are two more things that is just worth bearing in mind. The first is just the ability to spread the cost of infrastructure over generations. So we've talked previously, and to channel my inner David Bryant, there's a difference between sort of good debt and bad debt, and we talked in the consultation document about not wanting to put the put the groceries on the mortgage, and that's why you're seeking to balance the books as quickly as you can. But in contrast to that, sort of multi-generational infrastructure that we're building does have to be paid back off over the lifetime of the asset, so that everyone who contributes to it pays for it. And the only alternative to that would be paying for it upfront now, which would be completely unaffordable and probably unfair on current ratepayers. So that's why we do use debt to try to spread the cost of over the course of an asset. And the other thing to just bear in mind is, because we're, as Lance said right at the start of the meeting, because we're right up against our debt to revenue limit, the only way that we can reduce rates is to give ourselves headroom against our debt to revenue limit to then enable us to reduce our rates. Otherwise, we cannot bring the rates down at all. So anything that you do today to increase our debt headroom, we can then sort of use up by then reducing our rates. But absent that, we can't reduce the rates because we're right on our debt to revenue limit as it stands.
Yes, Cash. Question of James.
Does that mean that in our capital program, by adding more deferrals, that doesn't create more headroom, eh? We've actually got a cut program? Is that what you're saying?
Are you referring to the motion from Councillor Ewan, I believe?
Yeah, and just generally, like with what you're saying, what does that mean?
So I believe what Councillor Wilson's motion does is it assumes that we will not quite complete our capital programme and therefore spend a little bit less each year. So and if that is the case, then you will spend less and therefore have less debt, and therefore it frees up a little bit of debt to headroom.
But in your projections now, when we're setting the rates, we're assuming that we're spending it?
Right now, there's an assumption that's baked into the budget, which is 40 million each year that we won't spend. Councillor Wilson's motion increases that a little bit in years 1 and 2 and more in years 3 onwards.
So it does give us the more
Correct.
debt headroom. Okay, thank you.
I'm just getting myself organised here to think we'll do these in sections, because there actually there's quite a lot that council's agreed on at this point in time, we think. and it's better to kind of break it into sections. So my recommendation is that we look at items B, pardon? A. No, you didn't put A. That's what I'm looking at here. So if you look at A, well, we'll get there. We'll receive it. That'll be the least of your worries.
Are we putting it up on the board?
Yeah. Yeah, we are. We are. So we're going to put a sweep.
That's an easy one.
Yeah.
That should be a majority.
So let's do A, and then I'm going to do B to F and a few others. So it's been moved and it's been seconded that we receive the report. Behave. All in favour, please raise your hand loftily. Loftily, loftily. Receiving the report. Yeah.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And now we're going to go through B to F, which is the underlying assumptions and information. Now, we've already been through all the questions and things. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. Oh, we're on 127, recommendation 2, B to F, underlying and supporting information. I haven't received any indication of an amendment to the one that Angela and I have proposed, which is pretty much the staff one. So in that respect, if we can agree to take B to F as together, and we'll just be good, we'll vote on the board, we should formally do that. So voting on the board, Amy smiled, so she was pleased with that.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you. We will now go to G, which is the budget assumptions. One and three. Sorry, okay. Yep. That's just semantics and a little bit of wordsmithing to make it absolutely correct. Right? Is everybody happy with that? Can you see it? You can understand that?
Mayor Paula, I think it's done like this because there's been no suggestion that anyone disagrees with 1 and 3, whereas I think there are motions that follow which do sort of dispute 2 or pick apart different parts of 2. So this is just agreeing to the OPEX budget changes and the renewal and compliance changes.
Thank you. That's very helpful, James. Thank you for that. Okay, we'll go to the board and vote on those. He's not here. He'll turn up when he turns up, but of course we're getting into the crucial decision making now. He will have to decide for himself whether he's heard enough of the deliberations to be able to actively participate in the decision, which he may feel he has. He may be watching us somewhere in the ether, I'm not sure. We'll get to that if it comes to that, Ewan. Is that okay? All right, so now we're up to H to I, right? Yes, have I kept up? H to I, which is the additional information, the bid not going ahead, and in Fairfield Enderley, which is provided further down. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Has anybody got any issues with that? If there not being any amendment or issues, let's go to the vote on the board.
So we'll just need to reset on one of those. It didn't quite pick up Emma's, so we'll just go again. Emma. Okay. Who hasn't voted? Nope, perfect. The motion is carried unanimously.
Municipal building, sorry, J to L. It's been moved, it's been seconded. I haven't heard any alternatives to the municipal building, therefore we'll go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
And I'm on the big bits. Water reform, which is M to O. I have moved and seconded it, but I do want to debate very briefly on this one, if I may. Request that the chair, yes. So with some conversation and agreement on various members, I have added in E, staff. Might make you a bit nervous, but never mind. Very nervous. Very nervous. Oh well. So it's a clear signal. Some members may want not to support that, and if that looks like the case, I can always take that in part. Meanwhile, because it's been moved, it's been seconded, as the mover of the motion, I just want to say a few things that I had written down in respect to doing waters better in the way of debate, but I'll keep it very short. This is the game changer for us. Waters has always been the most difficult thing for us to solve, and it doesn't really matter where your politics sat last term or this term. What we do know is that the change to the way that we are doing water services has been imminent. What is up in the air, though, is what that will exactly look like. And the worst part of that is what is up in the air is how we can fund it, whether the government will introduce new funding tools or whether they'll do one better than that and actually provide some finance towards that. When we deal with our three waters in year 3 or before, we will have so much more scope to look at other parts of our business. We'll have debt headroom. When waters remain on our books, we've all seen how perilous it gets in years 3, 4, 5 and beyond. And it just simply isn't affordable to keep on doing waters the way we've been doing it. Some of the councillors around the table have raised the issues about how we charge for our water services. What I have been quite clear with staff on, and I'll keep my foot on this throttle, is I want to understand the warts and all costs of Three Waters as it currently is, and I want to see it shadowed against our budget so that we can be honest with the public about what the present costs are, what portion of our current debt is applied to water, what the future looks like, how we might charge for that future, what that might look like if we did it in-house or in a separate entity. And I'm really focused on that. I don't think until we understand the warts and all picture we'll ever get a way forward. That's me. Anybody else want to debate?
Yes. Thank you. Just briefly, was there... Sorry, did you want to... Oh, sorry. I would really like us to, even if we're not able to say with certainty what exactly the model that we will go with, we should be able to say the model that we'd prefer and the kind of legislative framework that we need to support that model so that we can really proactively talk to the Minister for Local Government and say, look, and when you're drafting your legislation to create this new CCO, these are our bottom lines, these are what we need, so we inform what that looks like rather than being reactive in terms of then waiting for it to come out and submitting. So I think that's really important. I also think it's really important that we're clear early on, much earlier than September, as to what our appetite is for working together with other councils on some kind of joint solution, and there's options what that looks like. But if we don't do that early, then we can't engage in really meaningful conversations with and prompt those councils to also have those in-principle decisions on whether they want a joint solution. Obviously, we can't decide on a joint solution unilaterally. So those councils really need to have those conversations, and the earlier we do that, the better chance we have of actually reaching some kind of solution this term. So this is really a plea to say, can we do some of this work earlier, even if there are uncertainties, or at least in principle, make some kind of decision around direction. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Angela.
Yeah, I just want to support Councillor Thompson's debate points there. I've been quite consistent on two main points that I want out of this whole project. One of them being that we separate waters out so that we can give transparency and confidence to ratepayers. This is the single most critical thing that we provide as a service. It's 30% of our business, but it's not sexy. People don't understand and don't pay any attention. It's not like it's a race safety platform on the road that's in their face every day. The irony, of course, is it is in their face every day. Waters is critical. They can't have a shower, flush the toilet or brush their teeth without it. So we need to, this is the conversation past this LTP. It's all about waters. It is, the second point that I'm really have been consistent on is that we have to determine what's best for Hamiltonians first. It's in the Local Government Act, and then we look to the regions. So I think that the Waters Working Group is in excellent hands. We've got good leadership there with Peter Winder, but we do need to crack on with it because this is what the next 18 months of our lives is going to be focused on, this and only this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Offloading waters may allow the council to reduce rates, but that doesn't get us off the hook for making spending cuts, because whatever waters entity we end up with is still going to be charging the same people as we are charging, and it will end up being pretty much the same. So we still need to keep our rates down as low as possible and make the spending cuts to make that happen. Otherwise it's just too hard for too many people.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Just a couple of further things to add alongside of Councillor Thompson and Deputy Mayor O'Leary. They're absolutely correct. We need to be learning from the lessons of the past around Three Waters, and we shouldn't underestimate the ability of our residents to understand the implications of this, and we must share with them every part of our intentions around that and the impact that the decisions that we will make will have upon them. It's very likely that this will lead to water metering, and I want to start from day one to be talking with the community about that and how that impacts their families and our community as a whole. Another part of that I just want to make is that we also, as Hamilton City Council, not only want to understand the impact upon our residents, but also to be a good partner in our wider Waikato communities. So, we need to be able to understand what's best for us, but also understand the value of being able to come together And that's also about all councils, councillors and their communities understanding these impacts and the benefits for each of us. Also, let's not forget mana whenua in this conversation as well, because they have a deep interest in our community, and I'd like to recognise that. Kia ora, that's it from me, really. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. There is no debate that waters, whether it's 2 waters or 3 waters, is the biggest challenge. It's a clear and present challenge that has to be resolved. So I support any initiative that gets us to land as quickly as possible on what we want as a city. And I'm mindful that we've already spent a copious amount of money and time over a number of years collecting copious amounts of data on this. And so I am mindful we don't need to do too much ongoing relitigation of that, and we are simply now waiting for the government legislation, but that doesn't prevent us from moving quickly towards what our preferred option is. I think we have to be honest with our ratepayers, because whether 3 waters under the Labour government had happened or 3 waters under this national government with the CCO, both of them would have needed a move towards water meters. There is no debate around that. So the reality to go forward is we need to start to introduce water meters. It's a fact. We will struggle to get a new resource consent for our water take due in 2007 unless we start taking those steps. I think we also have to be honest to our ratepayer and say that even if we do take away or shift these assets off our balance sheet, create a new CCO, we will leave a lot of stranded overheads back in the mothership. And so not only will they face a rate bill from us and a rate bill from a new water entity, whether it's a CCO, the reality is there will not be there will be an addition on both. That's the point I'm trying to make. And the last point, very quickly, we've got to land on things that are right for Hamilton. And I'm fearful that we get bogged down when we try to negotiate too early with our partners, because they've shown to be difficult to get across the line at the end.
Thank you. Any more debaters? Otherwise, I might just take a couple of points of right of reply. We do need to work at pace on this one. We do, because we see the financial consequences of water in our budget. We can't continue to limp along, but we do have to get it right. And this is about, was absolutely right, that the same people will be paying, regardless, we'll all be paying for water going forward. But this is about getting better economy of scale, efficient and effective water services at the right scale. It's about the ability to potentially borrow better. But we've made it quite clear to government, we need their buy-in. Financial support, so does the rest of New Zealand, by the way. But we need a game changer. This can't be business as usual. We've already proven that last year and the year before under a different government with a different approach. This time, we need to do things differently. We need to look at the financial levers that we can pull to make dealing with a fast-growing city like Hamilton cost-effective and possible across today's ratepayers, but also across future ratepayers. And that's the point. It's a multi-generational investment. It's just a shame we were not able to know more about it before setting the LTP, but here we are. So this is Sarah and I are saying in this motion, which you helped draft, was get on with it. Let's start paving our own future, and let's be really clear, forceful, I was going to say, clear with the government about the financial levers we need. Peter mentioned taxation as one of them. You know, if they're going to tax this new CCO, that will be very expensive. Let's see what we can achieve with government. Let's go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we're going to take an adjournment before we go into the possible service level reductions, because I think that'll be a bit of a meaty item. What? Oi. Oh, we're going to move into PX, and then we're going to come back and do that. So I'll move that we move into PX. Deputy Mayor O'Leary seconds. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. We will now take a 10-minute break.